It's now my honor to invite the Honorable CM of Kerala, Sri Pinarayi Vijayan, to deliver the inaugural address and share his vision for building an inclusive and accessible future for Kerala's tourism sector. ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിയായ ശ്രീ പിണറായി വിജയനെ സാദരം ക്ഷണിക്കുന്നു ഉദ്ഘാടന പ്രസംഗത്തിനായി.
Distinguished guests, including Sri N. Ram, ladies and gentlemen, today, as we inaugurate the Kerala for All Conclave, we are embarking on a journey toward a more equitable and dignified tourism landscape. This event is particularly relevant as tourism globally undergoes a transformation with inclusivity and accessibility emerging as central pillars of sustainable growth. With over 1.3 billion persons with disabilities and 1.1 billion senior citizens worldwide, accessible tourism is no longer a niche segment but a mainstream imperative. This conclave serves as a policy-oriented platform to assess Kerala's current position, benchmark it against global models, and identify actionable pathways for the future. Our goal is to translate insights into a robust framework that embeds accessibility across the entire tourism value chain, from infrastructure to digital enablement. Kerala is committed to leading this shift by learning from global best practices while adapting them to our local realities. നൂതന സാങ്കേതികവിദ്യയും പശ്ചാത്തല സൗകര്യങ്ങളും വളരുമ്പോൾ അതിൻ്റെ ഗുണഫലങ്ങൾ സമൂഹത്തിലെ എല്ലാ വിഭാഗം ജനങ്ങൾക്കും ഒരുപോലെ ലഭ്യമാകണം എന്ന നയമാണ് കേരളത്തിനുള്ളത്. വിനോദസഞ്ചാര മേഖലയിൽ കേരളം കഴിഞ്ഞ 10 വർഷമായി കൈവരിച്ച നേട്ടങ്ങൾ ലോകം അംഗീകരിച്ചതാണ്. എന്നാൽ ഈ നേട്ടങ്ങളുടെ ഗുണഫലം നാട്ടിലെ വയോജനങ്ങൾക്കും ഭിന്നശേഷിക്കാർക്കും മറ്റവശ്യ വിഭാഗങ്ങൾക്കും ലഭ്യമാകുന്നുണ്ടോ എന്ന് ഉറപ്പുവരുത്തേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. എല്ലാവർക്കും ഒരുപോലെ തടസ്സങ്ങളില്ലാതെ ആസ്വദിക്കാവുന്ന ബാരിയർ ഫ്രീ ടൂറിസം സംസ്കാരം വളർത്തിയെടുക്കുക എന്നതാണ് നമ്മുടെ ലക്ഷ്യം. വിനോദസഞ്ചാരം എന്നത് ചിലർക്കു മാത്രമുള്ള ഒഴിവു സമയ വിനോദമല്ല, മറിച്ച് എല്ലാവർക്കുമുള്ള അവകാശമാണ്. കഴിഞ്ഞ 10 വർഷങ്ങൾക്കിടയിൽ നമ്മുടെ ടൂറിസം മേഖലയിൽ വലിയ മുന്നേറ്റമുണ്ടായി. സഞ്ചാരികളുടെ വരവിൽ കേരളം സർവകാല റെക്കോർഡാണ് സ്ഥാപിച്ചത്. കോവിഡിന് ശേഷം 2024 2.25 കോടിയോളം ആഭ്യന്തര സഞ്ചാരികളാണ് കേരളത്തിലെത്തിയത്. മുൻ വർഷങ്ങളെ അപേക്ഷിച്ച് വൻ വർധനവാണ് കേരളം സന്ദർശിക്കുന്ന സഞ്ചാരികളുടെ കാര്യത്തിലുണ്ടായിരിക്കുന്നത്. അതുവഴിയുള്ള ആഭ്യന്തര വരുമാനത്തിൻ്റെ കാര്യത്തിലും നാം റെക്കോർഡ് സ്ഥാപിച്ചു. 2024 49,053 കോടി രൂപയാണ് ടൂറിസം മേഖലയിൽ നിന്നുള്ള വരുമാനം. കോവിഡിന് മുൻപുള്ളതിനേക്കാൾ വലിയ വളർച്ച കൈവരിക്കാൻ നമുക്ക് സാധിച്ചു എന്നത് നമ്മുടെ ടൂറിസം മോഡലിൻ്റെ കരുത്താണ് കാണിക്കുന്നത്. വിനോദസഞ്ചാരികളുടെ മാറുന്ന അഭിരുചികൾക്കനുസരിച്ച് ഹെലി ടൂറിസം, കാരവൻ ടൂറിസം, സീപ്ലെയിൻ തുടങ്ങിയ നൂതന പദ്ധതികൾ നാം അവതരിപ്പിച്ചു. ഇതിനൊപ്പം തന്നെ ഉത്തരവാദിത്ത ടൂറിസം വഴി പ്രാദേശിക ജനതയ്ക്ക് തൊഴിലവസരങ്ങൾ സൃഷ്ടിക്കാനും അതുവഴി ഉപജീവന മാർഗങ്ങൾ ഉറപ്പാക്കാനും നമുക്ക് സാധിച്ചു. സ്ത്രീ സൗഹൃദ ടൂറിസം പദ്ധതികൾ വഴി സ്ത്രീ ശാക്തീകരണത്തിൻ്റെ പുതിയ വേദികൾ നാം തുറന്നു. വാഗമണ്ണിലെ ഗ്ലാസ് ബ്രിഡ്ജ്, അന്താരാഷ്ട്ര കയാക്കിംഗ് മത്സരങ്ങൾ തുടങ്ങിയവ വഴി അഡ്വഞ്ചർ ടൂറിസം മേഖലയിലും നാം വലിയ മുന്നേറ്റം നേടി. കേരള ടൂറിസം വകുപ്പും ദ ഹിന്ദു ഗ്രൂപ്പും സംയുക്തമായി സംഘടിപ്പിക്കുന്ന ഈ ഉച്ചകോടി കേവലം ഒരു ചർച്ചാവേദിയല്ല. ഉൾച്ചേർക്കൽ, ഇൻക്ലൂസിവിറ്റി, പ്രാപ്യത, ആക്സസിബിലിറ്റി എന്നീ ആശയങ്ങൾ മുൻനിർത്തി ഒരു ടൂറിസം സംസ്കാരം വളർത്തിയെടുക്കാനും കേരളത്തെ ഒരു ആഗോള മാതൃകയാക്കി മാറ്റാനുമുള്ള പ്രായോഗിക ചട്ടക്കൂട് രൂപീകരിക്കുവാനും ഈ ഉച്ചകോടി വഴിയൊരുക്കട്ടെ. കേരള ഫോർ ഓൾ എന്നത് കേവലം ഒരു ആശയമല്ല, അത് നമ്മുടെ വികസന മാതൃകയുടെ ആപ്തവാക്യമാണ്. കേരളത്തിലെ ഓരോ വിനോദസഞ്ചാര കേന്ദ്രവും ലോകത്തെ എല്ലാ ടൂറിസ്റ്റുകൾക്കും ഒരുപോലെ ആസ്വാദ്യകരവും പ്രാപ്തവുമാകുന്ന നാളേക്കായി നമുക്ക് ഒരുമിച്ച് പ്രവർത്തിക്കാം. കേരള ഫോർ ഓൾ കോൺക്ലേവ് ഔദ്യോഗികമായി നിറഞ്ഞ സന്തോഷത്തോടെ ഉദ്ഘാടനം ചെയ്തതായി അറിയിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് അവസാനിപ്പിക്കുന്നു. നിങ്ങൾക്കെൻ്റെ സ്നേഹാഭിവാദനം.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister, for that inspiring address. വിലയേറിയ വാക്കുകൾക്കായിട്ട് നന്ദി. May I now invite Mr. N. Ram, Director, The Hindu Group, to facilitate the Honorable CM with a special memento.
Esteemed Chief Minister of Kerala, Sri Pinarayi Vijayan, friends, Kerala is widely regarded as one of India's most socially advanced states. In fact, I would say it is India's most socially advanced state, not because of high per capita income, although that is also growing, but because of its long-standing commitment to human development, social justice, and inclusive public policy. And the idea behind Kerala for All reflects a model that combines strong social indicators with an ethos of openness, dignity, and welfare-led governance. There are some political forces in this country, I don't want to name them, that try to disturb this. But Kerala, in a sense, is a fort that resists such divisive influences, particularly those trying to polarize society on the basis of religion, sometimes caste, but mainly religion. A defining feature of Kerala is its, as everybody knows, is its exceptionally high literacy rate, among the highest in India. Its public health system is another pillar of its social achievement. It has a dense network of primary health centers, government hospitals, and community health services. Over the long term, this is not a fortuitous development because it's a long-term process. And over the long term, social development in Kerala has been shaped by land reform, social reform movements, and progressive politics. The idea of Kerala for all extends beyond welfare into a broader culture of inclusion. And while we saw the distressing phenomenon of migrant workers during the COVID-19 pandemic walk long distances in various parts of India, Kerala stood as a model of how to handle such crisis situations. The state welcomed migrant workers, has welcomed migrant workers from other states who contribute significantly for construction, services, and industry. And the LDF government, led by Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, set an example to all of India by first the terminology, calling these migrant workers guest workers, taking care of their health needs and treating them as very much part of, residents of Kerala. I say this all because this is the wider context in which we see the issue of what we are talking about, the challenges as well as the progress that has been observed. And this Knowledge Conclave on inclusive and accessible tourism, I think, has brought out, I talked to some of the participants, some of the speakers and so on, and they told me, I haven't attended all the sessions, it's been very worthwhile. There are many things that can be done, and while Kerala tourism leads most of the rest of India with respect to living up to the slogan of Kerala for all, inclusive and accessible tourism, there's still challenges ahead. A friend of mine recently mentioned a very simple example of what can be done but is often missed. He has a friend who's a senior European diplomat who's been affected by a degenerative muscle disease that causes gradual and painless weakening of the muscles. This person, retired diplomat, has been coming to India for more than 50 years, and he wanted to come again, but he had certain special needs. And he told me it's things like practical things, like wooden blocks underneath his bed, an easy chair, toilet with certain specifications and all that. And he tried very hard to do it, but this was not possible. The lodges or the hotels would not take the trouble to accommodate this person who's been coming to India for 50 years. And therefore, and my friend sent me these notes, he said, we have booked a 2-week trip to the Atlantic Spanish island of Tenerife, our first charter trip ever. The hotel is very handicap friendly. So India, I think, has to go a long way, and even Kerala has to consistently work to provide these facilities. Often they are simple, practical things. Sometimes they are more demanding. But I think unless you see inclusive and accessible tourism as a right for all tourists, as a right, not something that is given as charity, but as a special privilege, but as a right, I think we won't achieve these results. But I think Kerala tourism, again, deserves commendation, congratulations for its tremendous effort to make Kerala a place for all with inclusive and accessible tourism. There are many experts here, people who have lived experience as well as those who have studied this subject. And I think the Hindu, which among others I represent here, is privileged that we are in this partnership with the government of Kerala and with Kerala Tourism in particular. This is a good start, and I hope there will be consolidation of these efforts. I thank the Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala for making time to come here and give us this message. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Endram. Now may I request you to kindly felicitate the Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Pinarayi Vijayan, with a special memento. a framed copy of the Hindu front page from the day of his birth. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as the Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala, Sri Pinarayi Vijayan, exits the venue. May I now invite Mr. K.N. Unnikrishnan, MLA Waipin, to address the gathering. Namaskar.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, respected delegates and dear friends, since I am delivering my address in Malayalam, my mother tongue, I am conscious that many delegates from different parts of India and from abroad are participating in this August gathering. For your convenience and better understanding my office and the concerned secretaries will translate my speech into English and share it with you so that you may have a clear and accurate picture of my address. I sincerely regret any inconvenience that this may cause to our eminent guests and esteemed participants, and I thank you for your kind understanding. പ്രിയപ്പെട്ടവരെ, ഹിന്ദു ഗ്രൂപ്പും കേരള ടൂറിസവും ചേർന്നൊരുക്കിയിട്ടുള്ള ഈ കോൺക്ലേവിന് എല്ലാവിധത്തിലുമുള്ള ആശംസകളും ഞാൻ നേരുകയാണ്. കേരളത്തിലെ ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട മേഖലകളിലൊന്നാണ് നമ്മുടെ IT മേഖലയും അതുപോലെ ടൂറിസം മേഖലയും. ടൂറിസം ഇന്നൊരു ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയായി വളർന്നു വന്നിട്ടുള്ള സാഹചര്യത്തിൽ അനന്തമായൊരു സാധ്യതകളാണ് അതിൻ്റെ സാമ്പത്തികവും സാംസ്കാരികവുമായ തലങ്ങളിൽ നമുക്ക് തുറന്നു തരുന്നത്. വർഷങ്ങൾക്ക് മുമ്പ് തന്നെ വിനോദസഞ്ചാരികൾ, പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ഈ കൊച്ചിയുടെ എല്ലാം ടൂറിസ്റ്റ് സാധ്യതകളെക്കുറിച്ച് അവർ വിവരിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. സഞ്ചാരികളുടെ ബൈബിൾ എന്നറിയപ്പെടുന്ന ലോൺലി പ്ലാനറ്റിൽ ഈ കൊച്ചിയുടെയും അതിൻ്റെ പരിസരത്തുള്ള വളരെ സൗന്ദര്യാത്മകമായ രഹസ്യമായ ഒരുപാട് ഇടങ്ങളെക്കുറിച്ച് വിദേശ സഞ്ചാരികൾ തന്നെ അടയാളപ്പെടുത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഈ കോൺക്ലേവിന് കൊച്ചിയിൽ ആതിഥേയത്വം നൽകാൻ സന്ദർഭം ലഭിച്ചതിൽ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇവിടെ വെച്ച് ഹിന്ദു ഗ്രൂപ്പിന് ഇതുപോലൊരു കോൺക്ലേവ് സംഘടിപ്പിക്കാൻ ടൂറിസം ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റുമായി സംഘടിപ്പിക്കാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞതിലുള്ള സന്തോഷം ഞാൻ രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുകയാണ്. വളരെ സമ്പന്നമായ ഒരു ഭൂതകാല ചരിത്രമുള്ള നാടാണ് കൊച്ചി. അതിവേഗം വളരുകയും വിശ്വപ്രസിദ്ധമായ ഒരിടമായി കൊച്ചി മാറുകയാണ്. സമ്പന്നമായ ചരിത്രം എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിലും അതുപോലെ ഇന്ത്യയിലും എല്ലാം വളർന്നു വന്നിട്ടുള്ള സംസ്കാരങ്ങൾ, മതങ്ങൾ, വിദ്യാഭ്യാസമായ ഉള്ളടക്കങ്ങൾ, കലാപരമായിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഉൾപ്പെടെ എല്ലാം വളർന്നു വന്നതിൻ്റെ സമ്പന്നമായ ഒരു ഉറവിടമാണ് കൊച്ചി. നമ്മുടെ ഈ കാര്യങ്ങൾ കണക്കിലെടുത്തുകൊണ്ട് ഏതാനും ആഴ്ചകൾക്ക് മുമ്പാണ് കേരള ടൂറിസം സ്പൈസ് റൂട്ട് കോൺഫറൻസ് സംഘടിപ്പിക്കുകയുണ്ടായി. 1341 മഹാപ്രളയത്തെ തുടർന്ന് മുസിരീസ് പട്ടണം തകർന്നു പോയതിന് ശേഷം പിന്നീട് കൊച്ചിക്കും അതുപോലെ മലബാറിനുമൊക്കെയാണ്, ഫോർട്ട് കൊച്ചിക്കുമൊക്കെയാണ് വലിയ പ്രാധാന്യമുണ്ടായത്. 1498 വാസ്കോഡിഗാമയുടെ സന്ദർശനവും മലബാർ കോസ്റ്റിലേക്കുള്ള അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ യാത്രയുമെല്ലാം നമ്മുടെ ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ ഒരുപാട് സംസ്കാരങ്ങൾ തുറന്നു തരികയുണ്ടായി. സ്പൈസ് റൂട്ടുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ സുഗന്ധദ്രവ്യങ്ങൾ, വിവിധ രാജ്യങ്ങളുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുള്ള കച്ചവടങ്ങൾ ഇന്ന് ലോകത്ത് 180ഓളം വരുന്ന രാജ്യങ്ങളിൽ ഇന്ന് വ്യാപരിച്ചു കിടക്കുന്നു. ഒരുപാട് അമേരിക്കൻ ഡോളറിൻ്റെ ബിസിനസ് തന്നെ ലോകത്ത് ഈ മേഖലകളിൽ നടക്കുന്നു എന്നാണ് ഞാൻ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പം അങ്ങനെയെല്ലാം സമ്പന്നമായ നമ്മുടെ മതവും, ബുദ്ധമതം ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള മതങ്ങൾ രംഗപ്രവേശം ചെയ്തത്, ക്രൈസ്തവ മതം തുടങ്ങിയ മതങ്ങളും മറ്റ് സംസ്കാരങ്ങളും എല്ലാം രൂപപ്പെട്ടതിലൊരു സമ്പന്നമായ സംസ്കാരമുണ്ട്. മുസിരീസിൻ്റെ തകർച്ചയ്ക്ക് ശേഷം നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ നിലകൊള്ളുന്ന വൈപ്പിൻ കോൺസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യുവൻസി, ഏറ്റവും പഴയ കാലത്തെ തുറമുഖങ്ങൾ വരെ ഈ ഇന്നത്തെ ആധുനിക കൊച്ചി തുറമുഖം, മനുഷ്യനിർമ്മിതമായ തുറമുഖം സൃഷ്ടിക്കപ്പെടുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് തുറമുഖങ്ങളുടെ സാന്നിധ്യമുണ്ടായിരുന്ന സ്ഥലമാണ്. അങ്ങനെ സമ്പന്നമായ ഒരു ചരിത്രമുള്ള നാടാണ് ഈ കൊച്ചി. കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ 47 പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട നദികളും നമ്മുടെ മലയോര പ്രദേശങ്ങളും കായലും കടലുമെല്ലാം അതിര് പങ്കിടുന്ന മനോഹരമായ ഒരു ഭൂമികയാണ് ഈ കൊച്ചിയും പരിസരവും, അതുപോലെ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ വിവിധ മേഖലകൾ. തീർച്ചയായും ഇവിടെ നാം ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുന്ന ഇൻക്ലൂസീവ് ആൻഡ് ആക്സസബിൾ ടൂറിസം, തീർച്ചയായും അതിനുള്ള സന്ദർഭങ്ങൾ ഒരുക്കേണ്ടത് തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും നമ്മുടെ ഒരു പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഉത്തരവാദിത്വം കൂടിയാണ്. നമ്മുടെ ഭിന്നശേഷി സമൂഹത്തെ തന്നെ എടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ 18 കോടിയോളം വരുന്ന ഭിന്നശേഷി വിഭാഗങ്ങളുണ്ട്. എന്നാൽ അവരെല്ലാം ഒരുപാട് സവിശേഷതകൾ ഉള്ള ആളുകളാണ്. നമുക്കറിയാം, കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ഒരു പ്രത്യേകത ഭിന്നശേഷി സൗഹൃദമായ സംസ്ഥാനമായി പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കപ്പെട്ട ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ഏക സംസ്ഥാനമാണ്. അതുപോലെ സീനിയർ സിറ്റിസന് വേണ്ടി, വയോജനങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടിയുള്ള വയോജന സൗഹൃദ സംസ്ഥാനമായി വയോജന കമ്മീഷനെ, ജുഡീഷ്യൽ പവറുള്ള വയോജന കമ്മീഷനെ നിശ്ചയിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളൊരു സംസ്ഥാനമാണ് കേരളം. അപ്പോൾ ആ നിലയിൽ നാം ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്ന ഭിന്നശേഷിയുള്ളവർ, വയോജനങ്ങൾ, കുട്ടികൾ, ഗർഭിണികൾ തുടങ്ങി താൽക്കാലിക ചലന പരിമിതി ഉള്ളവർ എന്നിവരടക്കം എല്ലാവർക്കും മാന്യതയോടെയും സുരക്ഷയോടെയും സ്വതന്ത്രമായും യാത്ര ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിയുന്നതിനായി ശാരീരിക, സാമൂഹിക, സാമ്പത്തിക, വിവരപരമായ തടസ്സങ്ങൾ നീക്കം ചെയ്യുക എന്നുള്ളത് കൂടിയാണ് ഈ കോൺക്ലേവിൻ്റെ ലക്ഷ്യമെന്ന് ഞാൻ കണക്കാക്കുന്നു. ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള ടൂറിസം സമീപനം നമ്മുടെ മാനവ അവകാശങ്ങളും സാമൂഹ്യ നീതിയും ഉറപ്പാക്കുന്നതിനോടൊപ്പം സുസ്ഥിര ടൂറിസം വികസനത്തിനും കൂടുതൽ സന്ദർശകരെ ആകർഷിക്കുന്നതിനും സഹായിക്കും. അങ്ങനെ നമ്മുടെ ടൂറിസം ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയെ കൂടുതൽ ഉജ്ജ്വലമാക്കുന്നതിന്, കൂടുതൽ സൗന്ദര്യാത്മകമാക്കി മാറ്റുന്നതിന് ഈ കോൺക്ലേവ് വഴി തുറക്കട്ടെ എന്ന് ആശിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ ചുരുക്കുന്നു. നിങ്ങൾക്കെൻ്റെ സ്നേഹാഭിവാദനങ്ങൾ.
Thank you. Now may I invite Mr. Suman Billa, IAS Additional Secretary and Director General, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, to address the gathering.
Good morning, everybody. Mr. Ram, dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, I promise that this will be really short because I'm supposed to be on the panel next, and therefore I do not want to finish all that I have to say there here. But I think suffice it to know that accessibility and creating accessible tourism today is not optional. It is something that we need to do. And the reason why it is important is that today we have 1.3 billion people, or 16% of the world's population, who come under this category of people with disabilities. And therefore it is too large a demography for us to exclude. And I think when we speak about enabling those, we not only need to think about policy and building hard infrastructure, we also need to speak about inclusion. Because when a person goes there, does he feel welcomed? Does he feel that he can go through unhurried? Does he feel that he can, that he feels respected? I think these are critical considerations that we need to keep in mind. And there is no state which is better placed than Kerala to do it. Because Kerala society is at its heart a compassionate society. And all of the things that we see in Kerala, which it has done exceptionally well on social development indices, it comes from that principle of equity and that principle of compassion. And therefore, I think today, Kerala is perhaps the best positioned, and over the past several years, Kerala has done very good work in terms of tourism. I think the time has now come to look at making a paradigm shift. How do we create destinations which are 100% disabled friendly? And I think we need to look at all the touch points that a tourist were to go through, and how do we make sure, from transportation to hotels to visiting sites, even the walkways along the road, I think we need to map them all and try to make it into a 100% model. And if we are able to create a model, not only will it become a global model for reference, but it will also serve as an inspiration for all the destinations around the country and also globally to follow that lead. What India needs today is not money, because there is plenty of money, there are plenty of budgets. What it needs is the inspiration that this is possible. And it is not something that will be done as a matter of charity or as a matter of corporate social responsibility or as a matter of social concern, but it will be done because it also makes eminent sense for us from a commercial perspective. If 16% of the world population were to prefer your destination because it offers them that comfort, and one of the things that we also know, I do not have ready statistics for this, but we understand that those with special abilities travel to the same destinations, they stay longer, and they are repeat visitors. And if we were to do that, it also offers a tremendous commercial responsibility, potential. So if Kerala tourism were to do this well, and then we start creating these destinations which are world-class, not only is it going to be a reflection of our ethos and of our care and compassion, but it will also be good in terms of what it can deliver to us in terms of economic and commercial value. And therefore, I think today no other state in this country is better placed than Kerala to achieve this. And I wish Kerala tourism all the best, and I hope that all of us in the room together will sit together and we will achieve this dream of making Kerala accessible for all. My colleague, Mr. Biju, has been doing exceptional work on this front, and I wish him and his director all the very best in doing this. And I would like to thank Mr. Ram and the Hindu group for organizing this event on this very important topic. Thank you all, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Suman Billa. Now I invite Ms. Shikha Surendran, IAS Director, Kerala Tourism, to kindly address the gathering.
Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala, Shri N. Ram, distinguished guests on and off the dais, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good morning to all of you. Kerala tourism has made a strong comeback after the pandemic, recording unprecedented growth. As tourism transforms, accessibility must be understood as a continuous learning and correction process, one that evolves with changing social realities. Barrier-free tourism is not meant only for persons who are physically differently abled. It must also respond to the needs of persons with neurological conditions, the elderly, expecting mothers, families with infants, and people of all genders. Accessibility is ultimately about the right of every individual to experience destinations with dignity, independence, and comfort. Kerala's responsible tourism framework, rooted in community participation and social inclusion, naturally extends to this vision. With strong human development indicators, decentralized governance, and a humane tradition of hospitality, Kerala is well positioned to lead this shift. Our efforts, aligned with national and international frameworks and recognized globally, reaffirm that accessibility is not just infrastructure, it is about participation, respect, and equity. This conclave offers an opportunity to reflect, learn, and refine our approach. The government remains open to ideas that help shape a truly inclusive future for Kerala tourism. Thank you, and I wish the conclave all success. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shikha Surendran. Now may I invite Mr. Rupesh Kumar K, CEO, Kerala Responsible Tourism Mission Society, to deliver a few words.
Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala, Sri Pinarayi Vijayan Sir, Honorable Sri N. Ram, Honorable Suman Billa, IAS, Sri Biju KAS, Shikha Surendran IAS, distinguished dignitaries on the dais and the audience, dear friends. I consider it one of the greatest privileges of my life to be able to speak at this historic conclave, which is writing a new chapter in the history of Kerala tourism. Kerala for all. tourism without barriers, clearly reflects a long-term vision of the government of Kerala under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Sri Pinarayi Vijayan and of the Honorable Minister for Tourism Sri P.A. Muhammad Riyas, who leads the tourism department. Kerala today stands as a global model of responsible tourism. We know that accessible tourism is the integral part of responsible tourism. We try to develop Kerala as an inclusive state, and we are moving to a gender inclusive and women friendly tourism destination also. I think this is one of the greatest initiative by Kerala Tourism and Hindu Group. I would like to congratulate Hindu Group and Kerala Tourism for this great opportunity and such a wonderful gathering. I think it will lead Kerala Tourism and Kerala Tourism will be accessible friendly within years. പ്രിയപ്പെട്ടവരെ, 20 വർഷം മുമ്പ് ഇതുപോലൊരു വേദിയിൽ ഒരുമിച്ചിരുന്ന് നാം കൺതുറന്നിരുന്ന് കണ്ട സ്വപ്നമാണ് കേരളത്തിലെ റെസ്പോൺസിബിൾ ടൂറിസം എന്ന മഹത്തായ ആശയം. ലോകത്തെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ഉത്തരവാദിത്വ വിനോദസഞ്ചാര മോഡലായി ഇന്ന് കേരളം മാറിയിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ കരുതുന്നത് കേരളം ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു പുതിയ ചരിത്രം രചിക്കുകയാണ്. വിനോദസഞ്ചാര മേഖലയിലെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ മുന്നേറ്റമായി നാം ആക്സസിബിൾ ടൂറിസത്തെ അടയാളപ്പെടുത്തുമെന്ന്, ബാരിയർ ഫ്രീ ടൂറിസത്തെ അടയാളപ്പെടുത്തുമെന്ന് ഞാൻ വിശ്വസിക്കുകയാണ്. നമുക്ക് ഓരോരുത്തർക്കും കൂട്ടായി നിന്നുകൊണ്ട് ഓരോ മനുഷ്യനും തൻ്റേതാണ് ടൂറിസമെന്ന് നെഞ്ചോട് ചേർത്ത് വെച്ച് പറയാൻ കഴിയുന്ന വിധം തൊട്ടാൽ വാടുന്ന തൊട്ടാവാടി മുതൽ ചേമ്പലത്താളിൽ ഒഴുകി വീഴാൻ വെമ്പി നിൽക്കുന്ന ജലഗണം വരെ വിനോദസഞ്ചാരത്തിൻ്റെ അനുഭവവേദ്യ വിനോദസഞ്ചാരത്തിൻ്റെ അനന്ത സാധ്യതയാണെന്ന് ലോകത്തെ പഠിപ്പിച്ച കേരളം ഒരു പുതിയ ചരിത്രം എഴുതുമ്പോൾ അതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമാവാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞതിലുള്ള അങ്ങേയറ്റം ഹൃദയം നിറഞ്ഞ സന്തോഷത്തോടെ എല്ലാ ഭാവങ്ങളും നേരുന്നു. നന്ദി, നമസ്കാരം.
Thank you so much. Now may I invite Mr. Jose Pradeep, President, Kerala Travel Mat, to address the gathering.
Good morning, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, senior officials of Kerala, Government of Kerala and Government of India, representatives of the Hindu, esteemed speakers, industry colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege and a matter of great pride to be part of this important Knowledge Conclave, Kerala for All, jointly organized by Kerala Tourism and the Hindu. On behalf of the Kerala Travel Mart Society, I congratulate the organizers for conceptualizing a forum that places inclusive and accessible tourism at the heart of Kerala vision. As an industry body representing the tourism trade, the Kerala Travel Mart Society firmly believes that inclusivity must be embedded across the entire tourism value chain, from policy and infrastructure to product design, digital accessibility, skill development, last mile service delivery. I would like to place on record our appreciation to the Hindu for partnering in this initiative. The role of media in shaping public awareness is critical, and this collaboration adds credibility and reach to the message of inclusive tourism. The Kerala Travel Mart Society assures the government and all stakeholders for our full support in translating this vision into reality. We look forward to working closely with Kerala Tourism in promoting awareness, capacity building, and industry adoption of accessibility standards across the state. In conclusion, when we make tourism accessible to the most vulnerable, we make it better for everyone. I wish the Kerala for all Knowledge Conclave every success and hope these 2 days of deliberations lead to meaningful and lasting outcomes. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Jose Pradeep. Now may I call upon Mr. Suresh Balakrishna, Chief Revenue Officer, the Hindu Group, to share a few words.
Good morning, everybody. It's great to be at this conclave. Firstly, from the Hindu Group, I'd like to thank our Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala, Shri Pinarayi Vijayan, for taking out time from his extremely busy schedule and making it. Our own Director of the Hindu, Mr. N. Ram, it's a pleasure to have you as usual, and all the dignitaries on stage, friends and speakers. It's a privilege to be a part of the Kerala for All Tourism Without Barriers, a conclave that places inclusion not at the margins, but right at the center. I attended all the sessions yesterday, each and every one, and there were two common things that came across all the sessions that I attended yesterday, and I suspect it will be true today as well. One, Kerala is ahead of all the other states in tourism, and more importantly, in inclusive tourism. And second, there's a lot to be done. These were the two refrains we heard right through the day. And largely because, and one thing stayed with me, it was Divyanshu Ganatra, I think, one of our guests yesterday, who said a physical or a mental limitation is a medical condition. But it becomes a disability when there is no infrastructure, when there's the wrong attitude, and when there are no facilities. Otherwise, it's just a mental condition. I thought it was a wonderful description of what actually happens out there. This two-day conclave, we are hoping, will throw light on this and will make Kerala better than what it already is doing, and is doing some sterling work in the area of tourism. At the Hindu Group, we believe conversations drive change. This conclave brings together policymakers, industry leaders, urban planners, hospitality professionals, and civil society to move from intent to implementation, from good ideas to workable solutions. We hope that the discussions that happened yesterday and will continue today will translate into actionable frameworks and shared responsibility and a collective commitment to making tourism truly universal. I also have one more duty to do, and that is to thank Swayam, Minu Jindalji, Bhupinder, wherever you are. Thank you so much for helping us put this together. And between Hindu and Swayam, we've been able to put this together with the complete support of the Kerala government and the Kerala Tourism Department. Thank you very much, and have a good conclave.
I have a suggestion. Maybe others have thought about it. But at the end of the conclave, I think it would be useful to come out with a clear summary of conclusions, agreed upon conclusions, what is to be done, how it can be done, and so on. I hope that will come out so that it becomes accessible to people everywhere. It's on YouTube, so people can listen to it. All that was said, especially those who have missed the sessions. But if at the end of this knowledge conclave, a summary, a report, a note summarizing important ideas that came out or agreed upon, on which there was a consensus, what needs to be done over what time frame, what are the resources that are needed for this, the role of government and the role of the private sector. If these things can be covered, I think it would make for a more meaningful event. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, may I request Ms. Minu Jindal, founder, Swayam, for a few words.
Good evening, all the honorable members on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. It's such a pleasure to be here. Hindu has made it happen. Hindu has been extremely generous in their praise about Swayam. We really thank you from the bottom of our heart for giving us this opportunity. Ram sir, thank you so much for believing in accessibility. What a wonderful cause to actually work for. And I appreciate the Kerala government so much for their commitment on this cause. I hope other states follow suit, and it is truly a very, very important topic in today's time. It actually would help us earn the foreign exchange and look at an economic impact. So thank you so much for having us here with all of you today. I look forward to the talk that I have with you in the afternoon. Thank you so much once again.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Minujindal. And now I invite Ms. Aparajita Biswas, Head of Marketing, the Hindu Group, to thank our dignitaries and also to address the gathering.
Distinguished guests on the dais, esteemed speakers, partners, members of the audiences, and dear friends. It's my honor to propose the vote of thanks for this inauguration of Kerala for All on behalf of the Hindu group. Kerala for All, Tourism Without Barriers, a 2-day conclave, knowledge conclave aimed at shaping a more inclusive and accessible tourism ecosystem for all. We extend our sincere thanks to the Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala, Shri Pinarayi Vijayan, for joining us earlier today and for his encouragement and support for this initiative. His leadership and unwavering commitment to inclusive development give meaningful direction and purpose to the conversations such as these. My sincere thanks to Shri Biju K, IAS Secretary, Kerala Tourism, for the warm welcome, and to all our distinguished guests on the dais, Shri N. Ram, Director, the Hindu Group, Shri K. N. Unni Krishnan, MLA Vaipin, Advocate Mini Mol, Mayor Kochi Corporation, who joined us earlier today, Shri Suman Billa, Additional Secretary and Director General, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, Ms. Shikha Surendran, IAS Director, Kerala Tourism, Mr. Rupesh Kumar K, CEO, Kerala Responsible Tourism Mission Society, Mr. Jose Pradeep, President, Kerala Travel Mart, Ms. Meenu Jindal, Founder, Swayam, Mr. Suresh Nambat, Editor, The Hindu, Mr. Suresh Balakrishna, Chief Revenue Officer, The Hindu Group. Thank you for your presence, your insight, and your continued support. This conclave would not have been possible without the steadfast partnership of Kerala Tourism, our collaborators, and the many dedicated teams working tirelessly behind the scenes to bring this vision to life. My heartfelt thanks to all our speakers, delegates, partners, and guests for being part of this vital dialogue, for enriching it with your perspectives and lived experiences. At the Hindu Group, we believe meaningful public discourse must involve the wider civil society. Through our publishing platforms, we remain committed to shaping conversations, amplifying voices, and informing public policy thinking. Our partnership with Kerala Tourism reflects this commitment to accessibility and inclusion across sectors. As Shri P.A. Mohammad Riaz, Honorable Minister for Public Works Department and Tourism, so powerfully articulated in his keynote address yesterday, the right to travel safely, comfortably, and with dignity belongs to everyone. And inclusive and accessible tourism is a shared responsibility. This 2-day conclave embodies that very spirit by bringing together experts, thought leaders, policymakers, practitioners, and leading voices to encourage meaningful conversations. Conversations that we hope will culminate in forward-looking framework, helping make travel and its connected experiences more democratic, equitable, and inclusive. And yes, we plan to bring out a compendium at the end of this conclave. Once again, thank you all for being here, and I wish you a very, very productive and enriching conclave. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Aparajita Biswas. And with that, we conclude the inaugural session for day 2. And thank you all. We shall resume shortly with the thematic sessions. Please remain seated. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to session 1, Vision Kerala for All, Shaping the Future of Kerala Tourism. This session outlines Kerala's vision and commitment to building an accessible and inclusive tourism ecosystem. It sets the intent and direction for Day 2 by framing accessibility as an integral part to the future of Kerala tourism and all the discussions that follow ahead. Joining us for this important conversation are Mr. Suman Billa, IAS, Additional Secretary and Director General, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. Mr. Suman Billa, along with Mr. Biju K, IAS, Secretary, Kerala Tourism. And the session will be moderated by Mr. S. Anandan, Resident Editor, Kerala, The Hindu. May I now invite the speakers and the moderators to the dais. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. The first session of the day is a very important one because I have with me two senior civil servants who play a critical role in formulating, drafting public policy with regard to tourism. And we'll be discussing a dream where we want to reach in terms of creating facilities, in terms of increasing awareness among people about inclusivity, accessibility, not just in the tourism sector, but as part of public policy in general. So, sir, my first question is to Mr. Suman Billa. How should Kerala understand accessible tourism? Should it be understood as a specialized segment or as part of the foundational principles driving the tourism sector, or still better, public policy in general?
No, I think we need to understand it from a civilizational perspective. And I think if we also need to understand if we do the right thing, then whatever it is that you want will follow. 20 years ago when we started responsible tourism, there was a lot of apprehension, especially amongst the industry, saying that this imposes an additional cost upon us and which may not be commensurate in terms of the returns that we get. Today, that position is completely dispelled. And I think what Kerala stands today, and I think one of the key things that characterize its society is this compassion, the spirit of, equality, and, the social mobilization is at the core of it. So I don't think there are many societies which can do something like this because it is hardwired into the psyche of the people, as it were. And today, disabilities is a challenge, and it's also a matter of concern that we have not done enough in that space. But Kerala has been doing over the past 20 years. There are several things that we have done, but still a lot more needs to be done. And it is, as I said, if we are able to leverage Kerala's special strengths. Policy is one part where we decide what it is we want to do. The second is the infrastructure which we need to build, which means that in every scheme, in every project that is sanctioned by the government, we make that a commitment to ensure that there is a reasonable outlay for enabling people accessibility. The third is that we need to, is about how do we make people welcome. It is not just about creating the facility, but, also the soft aspect. And I think that is where Kerala, really scores exceptionally well. So I think we have all the building blocks. And I think what Kerala really needs to do now is to see as to how we can create a model that is world-class and that is truly exceptional. And which means that you have to work backwards and say, if there is a person with disabilities who were to come to Kerala, how do we ensure and map all the tourist touch points and ensure that he gets a seamless, experience in terms of transportation, etc. The second idea I think we need to understand is when we typically narrow cast this as, accessibility is only for people with disabilities. Today, there is a very large percentage of our population who are aged. They may not, sort of fall in that category, but you need to build it for them, because if there are ramps, etc., it also, you need to make sure that it works for them. It could even be families traveling with children, with prams, etc. You also need to factor in for them. So when you put all of these into the mix, as I said, 16% of 1.3 billion or 16%, that number will probably double when you take the aged and, everybody else. Even if I'm a traveler who's carrying, luggage and I want to visit a site, to me, all of that is going to help. So I think that must be the lens through which we see everything. And if all of our decisions are informed by this sensitivity, I think we will do very well, and there is no other destination probably that is better placed to do this than Kerala.
Yeah, and now to continue that, to Mr. Biju, do you see such a model evolving in Kerala, a model which is worth emulating, and something which will be followed up by other states and even globally, for that matter?
See, what sir was saying is very right. We have it, we have it in us because we are a very compassionate society. We are sensitive to people's needs. Our local participation rate at the grassroots also is very, very robust. So the whole issue is, how do we make it a policy-led initiative rather than a project-led initiative one? Yes. The next thing is, how do we see that the basic infrastructure is in place? We have, if you look at the classification norms of hotels and how it evolved in Kerala, along with the Kumaragam-led model of responsible tourism, what has happened is the communities have also supported in this entire initiative. And we have strong local bodies also into playing a big role into this. But the whole issue is, if you have it as a project, project-led, like in hotels today for the classification, you have 1 or 2 rooms only for the disabled. It's not like that. Every room or every space, including the parks, the heritage sites, the beaches, the backwaters, the houseboats, all these needs to be planned in such a way that everything is disabled friendly and accessible.
It has to be universal.
It has to be universal. And that universality has to cut across the different spectrums of the tourism landscape, as well as the public infrastructure also. Right from the moment you land in an airport, you get onto a bus, then you go to a tourist point. So those areas also need to be covered, because the end-to-point touch points, as sir had mentioned, if they are not covered, then it doesn't become really accessible and disabled friendly. So as part of the policy initiative, it's not only the tourism sector which needs to be sensitized, and also we need to make it mandatory for the entire thing, from the municipality to the panchayats, to the entire gamut of public buildings, as well as public spaces also. Public spaces. So then it becomes a policy-led initiative rather than a project-led initiative.
Yeah, to Mr. Billa, you made a mention of Kerala's advantages in the social sector and the compassionate society that it has got. Now, what are the comparative advantages that this particular thing gives Kerala over other states?
I think the single biggest advantage is, in many other states, you would have to create a commercial model to make this work. In Kerala, that is not really necessary, because we've seen that there are palliative health care. There are a large number of volunteers who are youngsters who go and spend their time helping people in the hospital, etc. So I think that volunteerism comes naturally. The second is to enable something like this. You need to have that built into your ethos, which Kerala already has. In terms of the administrative structure, Kerala has already got very strong elements like in the panchayats, which are already doing, this kind of work of, social empowerment and working with people who are disadvantaged. So I think all of that makes it the perfect base for Kerala to work. And my colleague who was here, Rupesh Kumar from Responsible Tourism, they've done exceptional work in connecting the tourism, as it were, which is something which is for the elite. But how do you bring the lowest section of the population and make them stakeholders into that and create economic sustenance for them through tourism? And I think that is probably the model that Kerala should actually look at. How do we make it more inclusive? It is not the business of the service provider, the tour operator or somebody to do. It is everybody's business, because it's a matter of pride. When somebody comes to Kerala, I want them to feel that you will be able to travel with dignity, that nobody will hurry you. Yesterday I was in the Chennai airport, and I was going through security through the crew thing, and there were 3 people who were on wheelchairs. And they were standing for the longest time because people would just go around them and, so I think I was there for about almost 15 minutes because there was a little bit of a rush. And then I stopped and I said, allow these people to go, because it's not fair. Just because they're on the wheelchair and they'll probably take twice as much time as a normal passenger to do, you can't just push them to the side and, go there. So I think that is the sort of a, thing that we need to keep in mind. When we do, it is not just about, creating the facility or creating a commercial benefit out of it, but it's also about creating that sense of pride and concern amongst our people, and which is where I think Kerala does well. And my sense is that if Kerala does it well and we create a global, like today our responsible tourism model is something that's spoken all over the world. If we create a model like that for accessibility, this is something that will easily be picked up by several other Indian states and even international destinations.
Yeah. And to Mr. Biju, what expectations does the government have from private players like hotels, resorts, transport operators, destination managers? And there was a mention of the Kumaragam model as well. How can local communities be much more empowered as active partners in the inclusive tourism ecosystem?
See, the stakeholders, the primary stakeholders are the hotels, resorts. We have these destination managers, we have destination management committees, as well as the local communities. So all of them need to be, first of all, sensitized about the need for making it as accessible and barrier-free tourism. And so what is the infrastructure that is mandatorily necessary? And right from the touch point of the traveler, how you make him feel more comfortable. And at the same time, you should not treat, we normally make all these destinations for the other 76%, as Sir had told. But what about the other 16%? So are we giving that priority for them? And all the infrastructure which leads to accessible and barrier-free tourism should be made available at all these touch points. And all these hotels, resorts, as well as the public spaces, the beaches, etc., the infrastructure needs to be revamped to accommodate these to accommodate the infrastructure for the accessible, friendly infrastructure which is necessary. And also the local community needs to be sensitized, rather than seeing them with sympathy and just another person who's coming in a wheelchair. We need to see that they are given the priority, and also it should not come as just another infrastructure which we are doing, but it should be part of the entire common infrastructure that is mandatory. That is how we should see it. And also the sensitization programs as part of the responsible tourism initiative which we are doing to make it responsible socially, environmentally, as well as economically conscious tourism. We should make that also another element is accessible and barrier-free friendly tourism. And responsible tourism initiatives right from the grassroots is a movement in which we can start and make this barrier-free.
Yeah. To Mr. Suman Billa, what would be a clear and practical vision plan for accessible tourism that should be prioritized? Policy, infrastructure, skills, or destination level implementation? What should get the priority?
I think all 4 are equally important, because I think without policy, nothing gets done. So the government should use its convening power to get everybody around the table, bring this common vision, make a cogent plan. That needs to be also supported with the outlay of budgets. Over the past 10 years or so, we've been generous with the budgets on this. So every project that gets built also has this. But one of the things that we need to keep in mind is how do we thoughtfully build it? Because there could be things where you have done the ramp at the place, etc. But as Biju mentioned earlier, at every tourist touch point, unless you make it happen, it's not going to, work for a person who's probably on the wheelchair. So we will have to build that thoughtfully. We need to build it with an eye on perfection, so that there is a, seamless thing which happens. The industry also needs to come, and the challenge is today, if any hotel has to be classified, they need to have at least one room in the hotel which is which is set aside for those who have needs of accessibility. Now, one of the challenges that we get is, suppose there is a group of 10 people who are coming. One of them will get the room. What happens to the other 9? Does it mean they will have to look at 10 different hotels to do that? So I think we need to start looking at the commercial opportunity in it, even for the industry. I don't expect the industry to work without the commercial aspect. But what we need to understand is that if there are adequate number of guests who come, and if they are going to stay for longer and they're going to return more, it is a great commercial opportunity. As I said, if you add everything together, it's almost 30% of the thing. And you don't have to be, you just have to be ahead of the others to be able to attract that market. And one of the things that we also need to do is to get the users to endorse what you have done. Because today, typically, when we do the planning, there is something that happens and it gets built and you measure it from the bill of quantities and whether the work is done. But you need to get the sense from the user side on whether it is actually working or not.
Yeah.
Because several years ago, I went to a place and, one of the hotels in the hills, and they showed me a ramp and then they said that, we've built this ramp, we're completely disabled friendly. So one look at it and I asked him, has anybody used this ramp so far? He said, no, but it works perfectly fine. I said, look, I'm challenging you. You get into a wheelchair and you come down that ramp. Because it is so steep that I bet that you will not be able to break yourself at the end of it. So then, he consulted engineer and came back and told me in the evening that you're right, the gradient is too much, we hadn't thought about it, so we're going to sort of rework it. So how do we know where the shoe is pinching? I think you need to have this real-time user feedback, which means even as we are building, we need to enable, people like Mrs. Meenu Jindal to, and their, sort of organizations to come into that so that we build it well. Because if the money is being spent, we should make sure that it delivers the results for us. And thirdly, I think we need to start building upon this even at the school level, on socially sensitizing our youngsters, our children, and especially one big force that we often overlook is that we always look at the traditional workforce. But there's a huge traditional, non-traditional workforce which are there. And especially in Kerala, you will find large talent pools of them. Retired people who are at home but who have time, who are happy to volunteer. There are several housewives who are well educated, who can help and who have the time to do this. I think what we need to create is to enable these people. How do we create a framework in which they're able to come out, they're able to support and do all of these activities so that we make it really happen. We need to translate the idea into something which works exceptionally well on the ground. And I think that is probably the challenge we need to address.
Yeah, thank you. And to Mr. Biju, tourism visions often span beyond policy cycles. So how is Kerala ensuring continuity in this approach to accessible tourism so that progress is sustained over time?
See, if you look at the responsible tourism, which was started 20 years before, that whether any government changes at the local body level or at the state government level, this system has been institutionalized. So it's question of institutionalizing the entire concept of accessible and barrier-free tourism. And even the different laws that we have, mainly it is for the mainstream. So in every law or every policy or every permissions which is required also, we need to make this mandatory. And once we make that mandatory, whether the governments change or whether the local body elected representatives change also, this is part of a strict continuum which can continue so that this is forever there, that Kerala is already accessible free in all respects, whether it is from a panchayat permit to a PWD building, to a PWD road, or to a destination, for example. All these places, it has become institutionalized, and if some engineer is actually asking for a plan, or we are asking for a plan, then that is part of accessibility is already incorporated, and they include that. So that is the most important thing of institutionalizing this entire gamut of things. And as Sir had mentioned, the whole problem is we need to see it from their angle also. Most of the time, we just design the ramp to get a certification or to get a classification status. But hardly we would have gone in that wheelchair. And also the equipments which are really necessary and what type of equipment is there for different people. Sometimes everybody cannot only go on a wheelchair. They would require some tactile instruments, etc., specialized instruments. So these also need to be incorporated and institutionalized in the entire scheme of things.
Assistive technologies.
Assistive technologies need to be there. And also the help from the NGOs and people working in this field, their inputs, so that they can advise the governments and agencies as to how do we get going about this. That is very, very important, because my viewpoint is that we see it from an architectural point of view alone. We don't see it from their viewpoint, as Sir had mentioned. So that, and what are the necessary things that we need to do? If there is a collaborative approach from the NGOs and from people who are in this field, then I think we will also be able to get a better idea and move forward.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Suman Billa, from your experience, what are the key gaps between existing accessibility norms and their actual implementation in the tourism sector? I'm sure there are many.
No, I think honestly, if we have to address that question, the translation is not happening as well as we would want them to. I don't think there is any project of either the government of India or any of the state governments today which does not have accessibility or disabled friendliness which is written into that. Provisions are made, but I think the conversion is not really happening. And I think the conversion will only happen when we start looking at it from the perspective of really wanting it to happen. You know, so many years ago we did, when I was director Kerala Tourism, we sanctioned a big project for Fort Kochi when we completely redeveloped it.
Yeah.
And then, you know, walkways and everything else. So we thought we did a great job. But, you know, when we actually went and did this, there were places where, you know, the footpaths ended abruptly. There were places where there was no gradient. So, you know, those are all learnings. And this is not something that comes, you know, sort of naturally to you. And I think the one element that we need to also look at is stop looking at it only as hard infrastructure, brick and mortar. There is so much of technology enablement that happens today, as Biju has mentioned, because we often also make the mistake of thinking that accessibility means only wheelchair enabled. It also means visual impairment. It also means, you know, not being able to hear very well. How do we work and make it work for all of those? So I think today we are casting our approach very narrowly from a wheelchair enablement, and I think we need to move towards a paradigm which also looks all of that. And thankfully, with artificial intelligence and with, you know, so many of these assistive technologies, today we are in a position to do this. And which is why I think what, to my mind, the number one thing that Kerala should do is select one destination where they have done exceptionally well, like say Kumaragam or something, and make it the, you know, best standard that there is anywhere in the world. Use assistive technologies, use these, you know, partner with people who, you know, who would benefit from it the most. And I think if you are able to create something, even if you take 2 to 3 years, I think it is time that is very well spent.
Yeah. To Mr. Biju, how does this new vision of having inclusivity and accessibility integrated into the policy, how is this going to address diverse groups of travelers? Because we are here talking about senior citizens, pregnant women, people with other issues, families. So it's a diverse crowd. How do you address them all in a single policy framework?
See, in January 2023, we had, we are one of the only states which has come out with a design policy. Now, the design policy, we had a workshop in which we had different people from stakeholders, architects, urban designers, as well as policy makers and people who want to design spaces for the accessible, friendly, etc. Yeah. So what has come out of that is, of those deliberations, is the government has approved the design policy, and we plan to set up a design innovation center, which actually is a public-private partnership model forum, which really addresses different type of issues of all types of designs. It's not that we should have a uniform design in a particular city. Like if you say Trivandrum, it has its own architectural charm. But along with the charm is the fact that you're going to address different type of people who have accessible issues. So when we are designing any building for that matter, we have made it mandatory now that they should consult the Design Innovation Center, which is a forum which not only consists of government servants, etc., but also private-led people. And also we should include people from this sector who have worked in this sector to be on that panel, to advise the private sector as well as the government sector in different platforms as to how to make it accessible friendly. And we should cover different types of disabled issues which can be factored in, and then that can become part of the policy and programs of the government. As a result, what happens is we cover the entire gamut of issues, and we will see that that is incorporated as part of our implementation strategy.
Yeah. And to you, sir, how can local governments, communities, and the private sector work together to make accessibility part of the everyday visitor experience, not just in a destination, but then largely from a larger sense?
So I think we need to, this thoughtfulness has to permeate, but it will not happen as a matter of chance, but it will not happen by itself. So I think there is some amount of animation, some amount of proactive work that needs to happen. And just like with responsible tourism, where they worked with communities for several years to sort of mount it, I think it is important for us to take the same approach on accessibility. It will not happen by issuing a government order. Because I remember when responsible tourism was done, people like Rupesh had spent decades on the field trying to convince people how it works for everybody else. And it's not that everybody willingly came on to it the first time around. It takes time, it takes effort, but you need to have that missionary zeal to keep going at it. And I think one of the things that we have to do is probably through our panchayats and through, have probably a society much like the Responsible Tourism Society, which will do work on the ground to sensitize the local population, to create structures through which this will actually play out. Because, I can have a list of 100 volunteers at a destination, but I also need to make sure that what is the time at which these people, will come and give their time. What is the sort of thing that they do, and are they trained well enough? In your last question, you spoke about skills, and I think that's very, very important, because my heart may be full of wanting to do good, but if I don't have the necessary skills, I'm pretty much useless. So I think you also need to impart those skills to people to, find a structure and find a schedule in which you can make things.
Yeah, and to Mr. Biju, if we were to visit this conversation 5 years from now, what changes would you hope to see on ground that truly reflect the Kerala for all concept?
I would like to see Kerala as a very inclusive, accessible, friendly place. But it's not only about the destinations and tourism sites. The entire society should embrace this concept. And just like responsible tourism, we make it a movement across the state. And we see that people everywhere are sensitized, and they have the necessary skills and the necessary infrastructure in place, so that Kerala becomes one of the best states in terms of this universal model of accessibility, which we can propagate and which you can show the world.
Yeah, and to you, sir, the last question. If Kerala were to demonstrate leadership through action, what should be the first step? Because we have been working on it for 17 years now, almost like 20 years now. So what should be the first step to be taken by the state to take leadership, take a leadership role in this case?
So I think, to my mind, this is very clear. One of the things that we have been doing, in that in public policy you always follow the principle of equity, in which you try to spread your resources thinly everywhere. So everything moves incrementally, but it does not give you the result that you want to get to. It does not give you the speed. So I think we have to reverse this. As I said, let's not sort of, what we are doing, we are doing. But let's pick one destination, or maybe 3 destinations, because one may get stuck for some reason, and then you'll, maybe 3 destinations in the state. Target them for making them, global standards in terms of accessibility, and work backwards to make that happen. Because very often the big challenge in this world is, when you want to do something good like this, the commercials don't support. But this is one thing that, that where you will be able to do good, and it will more than reward you. Because if you are able to take that position, you are completely opening yourself to that market and you will become the preferred choice automatically. Not just to those who are, who have accessibility challenges, but to the aged and, to families, etc. And I think if we do that, we will actually change it. And all we need to do is to develop 1 or 2 destinations, and when others see the success, they will replicate. As I said today, India does not lack the resources at all. What it lacks is the vision that this is possible. And I think Kerala should demonstrate what is possible, and everything else will follow from there.
Yeah. You want to add anything to that, sir?
What sir told was absolutely right. Some of these destinations, we need to develop it as scalable models. And these scalable models should have certain benchmarks. And these benchmarks should be actually audited also. See, most of the times what we do, this infrastructure is not audited. So we need regular audits of this and to see whether we are benchmarking against global standards and standards which is expected from the people who are really disabled, all types of disability. Because we see from our own perspective, from their perspective also, an independent audit of these destinations, if it is done, we can make a scalable model and we can replicate it in other destinations and make Kerala a model.
And it has to be an ongoing process.
It's an ongoing process which has to be institutionalized and it has to carry forward so that it becomes a movement like the Responsible Tourism Initiative, which we have done.
Thank you so much. We are now out of time, and the floor is open for questions. So please name yourself, and like yesterday, keep your questions straight, direct, and concise. Thank you. Yeah. Here is a hand in the front row. Yeah.
Thank you so much. The ideas and the vision were really something to look forward to. I am architect Monalita Chatterjee. I am the vice chair of IAA Kerala chapter, and we were integral. I personally was integral to the design policy and how it came about. I was with the commission for the entire process. One of the things I would, we've been talking about including people within the conversation for inclusion. It has been flagged on the dais that we are still looking at inclusion with a very narrow vision of just physical, drawbacks, but we are talking about aged, also children and all of that. But one more aspect, and I don't think any place is better placed than Kerala, is social barriers. And we must, I think when we are designing, and I'm talking about it from the perspective of an urban designer who's working on these things, that we must create our infrastructure which is inclusive of all, which includes the socially disadvantaged people too. Spaces should be accessible to the poor. They should also have the right to trade and to carry on livelihoods. We have to recognize that there are huge groups of Kudumashri women who serve various structures of various aspects of tourism. We have a lot of women serving the tourism infrastructure, and when we are talking about inclusion, we must actually create structures which look at their needs too. And one of the best methods which has been tested all over the world in the most accessible and inclusive global tourism destinations have been rigorous consultative processes from the word go. From the preparation of, and this is from my work experience with cities like Barcelona and Vienna, who are some of the leading destinations, tourism destinations, and I've worked with their city councils, and they have structures where consultative processes from day one happen at the project program brief level. And it is not just about this isolated destination, it is about how you reach to that destination also, which is very, very important. And that consultative process is participated by the decision makers. So we used to have these walkabouts in Barcelona where the mayor of Barcelona would participate with us. And when we were doing a wheelchair accessibility assessment, he was on a wheelchair with us trying to see how accessible a place is. And that really, the understanding of decision makers change when they actually take that information within their body. And that should be something which I think getting people into the room where decisions are being made, where people have felt the needs through their body, I think is extremely important in this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You want to offer your comments?
The design policy has, of course, tried to incorporate all these things of consultations with the disadvantaged sections of the society as well as the different women in the Kudumbashree groups also. There are hawkers also in these tourism destinations. There are small kirana shop owners also. So all these people need to be taken into when decisions are being taken. Of course, the local bodies are very strong here, and most of it is a very consultative process through the Grama Sabhas. But the Grama Sabhas, especially when it comes to destination management and tourism destination management committees, the head of the local body also needs to be involved, as well as the decision maker and the people who are affected. Definitely we'll take a cue from that and we will try to incorporate that.
Yeah, somebody here wanted to ask a question.
Sorry. Hello everyone, I'm Neha and I'm the founder of Planet Abled, India's pioneer inclusive travel organization. We have been doing it for more than a decade, making travel accessible for people with disabilities and elderly. And I would just bank on what my colleague just here said, like participation of the community and referencing the global standards. But as much as I have a company in here in India and Vienna as well, so we operate globally, we cannot just implement global standards, what has been implemented in a developed country. We have to customize it as per the cultural, demographic, and the local population, and the financial and human resources we do have, and the kind of experiences that the local and the visitors are looking for. So that customization has to be done at a larger level. But also I would like to add in terms of we have to have a policy leading to a roadmap and allocation of resources. Like Biju sir really said, like there has to be an audit, so like the customer feedback loop. But when we are talking about participation of the community, we have to know that if we are reaching out to the local people, are they exposed to the possibilities of something that would last the next 10 years? Because as much as the local people with disabilities know their accessibility challenges, but sometimes they might not be aware of what is possible in terms of the latest assistive technologies and the policies that have worked well in other countries and that can be customized and brought here. So that level of exposure to the possibilities that can sustain, because if we are investing money, we need to make sure that it lasts at least a decade or two and gives the return of investment, what the state is doing, and what the private investors would do. Because the state can do, like in Flanders, the state came forward and gave subsidies to the local authorities. But in Germany, the local companies, like the hotel chains and the local travel companies, invested their own money to make themselves accessible. So this has to be a way that, you know, both of these can be brought together in a country like India, which has resources for sure, but it has to be allocated in a way that it leads to proper implementation and return of investment.
You want to respond to that? Yeah. Any other question? Yeah, there's a hand that has gone up. This will be the last, since we are out of time, I'm sorry.
Hi everyone, I'm Wafa Hussain and I'm a journalist. So you spoke about encouraging differently able people to explore tourism like everyone else, but do we adequately value and compensate the professionals who support them, such as trained guides and instructors, given that even teachers working with differently able students are underpaid and lack government support? So how can we ensure fair pays and sustained interest in this sector?
See, there is a host of people who we need to train and sensitize in this sector. And already people are working, the teachers, the guides, etc., are already working in this field, but they need to be motivated. So we need to see that what sort of an incentive-based system we can structure, we can create, so that more and more people are there in this field, as well as they are encouraged to continue this service which they are doing. So this is an expanding and evolving program which we have started, and this initiative is definitely going to boost this entire system. So along the value chain, every aspect and everybody who's involved in this needs to be incentivized, and definitely government programs and policies should also factor in this, and we'll take that into consideration.
I'm sure there are many more questions, but then you can continue the discussion on the sidelines since we have a paucity of time. And thank you, gentlemen, for this illuminating discussion. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Valuable insights. Thank you to the speakers and moderators for those valuable insights. Now we shall move ahead with the next session, Seeing Travel Differently, Navigating the World Without Sight. Our next session is Seeing Travel Differently, Navigating the World Without Sight. The fireside chat will now explore travel experiences from the perspective of people with visual impairments, and through personal insights and reflections, this session highlights everyday realities, challenges, and enablers of travel, encouraging a deeper understanding of inclusive and accessible tourism practices. Joining us for this conversations are Ms. Tiffany Brar, founder, Jyotirgamaya Foundation, and Indian Community Service Worker. In conversation with Mr. Vijayakumar Kesi, sports editor, The Hindu.
start? Yeah.
Hi, sir.
Hi. Good afternoon, everybody. It's truly an honor and a privilege to be here with Tiffany Brar. She's iconic. She's done so much. She has a foundation called the Jyotirgamaya Foundation that's enabled and empowered people. Before we can kind of get into deeper analysis, Tiffany, I just want to talk about this little girl who was sitting in the last row of a school,
Yes.
forced to sharpen pencils. Could you just speak about her a bit?
Actually, yeah. There was a little girl who was 7 years old, 8 years old. So she had actually come from England after an education which was completely accessible for the visually impaired with clay and Play-Doh and so many things. And suddenly she came back to a school in India and was made to sit at the bank bench and sharpen pencils. And not only sharpen pencils, but was not even allowed to sit in the mathematics class. One day, when the teacher asked a question, all hands went up. This little girl stood up like this and answered the question, and her teacher told her to get out of the class. Now, I have not heard this. Ningal ആരെങ്കിലും കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടോ? That a girl, a student, gives the right answer and is thrown out of the class? Have you heard about it, sir?
No.
It's very unusual. But this little girl was thrown out of the class because she was blind. She was not supposed to give the right answer. This girl was me.
And how did it shape your perspective, the way you looked at the world? I mean, that particular moment.
Well, of course, I thought the world was a very bad place, a very discriminatory place. And I didn't know the meaning of this word discriminatory. So I just told my parents that I don't want to go to school anymore because nobody likes me and I'm blind and they make me sit in the back bench. They don't allow me to play with others. Everyone is whistling and shouting and running on the playground and playing kho-kho and kabaddi and all kinds of games. And this little girl is just made to stand or sit in a corner during the games period. So I grew up with this discrimination. Of course, my mother tried her best. My father tried his best. The army people around us tried their best. But it wasn't the same. Again, in my 10th standard, I went to Pallikudam, Corpus Christi. And there also, I was made to stay in a wooden room with my head ducking down to go inside. And I was not allowed to mingle and stay with the other students. After 3 months, I asked my father to pack me up from there and send me to an integrated normal school. In my +1 and +2, of course, I went to the army school. And with the help of my father's assistant, I was able to write my notes. And with the help of our housekeeper there, who was a permanent helper there, Vinita Akash, she was the one who taught me my grooming and daily living skills. So with these few people in my life, I was able to go ahead in life. But it was still very, very difficult to undergo the discrimination. Now, when you come to this kind of thing, like when you come to accessibility, I was not taken out. I was not taken anywhere because people were scared that I'll fall down. I soon learned how to use the white cane and how to walk myself and how to travel myself.
And at one point you'd spoken about, if I want to see a film, let me watch a film. What's wrong in that?
Yeah,
why do you judge me differently? And why do
Yeah.
you say I can't watch a film? Because I can always hear a film.
Yeah.
Could you speak about this?
Okay, everybody says, nee cinema കാണുന്നില്ല. I mean, you're not watching the film. So I said, why can't I watch the film? Because I can hear the story. And I can follow the story. And of course, Saksham Trust, Delhi, has now developed a lot of films which are audio descriptive. Abroad also, there are so many, like you have to turn on the audio description on the television, of course in England and in other countries. Here only Saksham is doing it, and I think in Netflix now there is a feature. But not every visually impaired person can download Netflix, even though it is 199 rupees a month. How difficult it is to make that 199 to charge Netflix. I mean, even I would not waste that money. Because a visually impaired person who doesn't have a government job, I'm not saying everyone, but who doesn't have a government job or who doesn't have a full-time paid job, ഒന്നാതെ നമ്മൾ ചൂഷണം ചെയ്യപ്പെടുന്നു. We are being exploited a lot as human beings by our guardians, by our friends, by everyone, because we're earning money. So we're not supposed to actually have earned money. We're supposed to give it to our families or give it to XYZ. And then how can we charge Netflix? So the normal TV channels or even YouTube movies, because YouTube, there's no cost. So there should be some kind of audio description for movies.
The world at large, or the society at large, we're kind of scrambling for words, for euphemisms, to describe disability. There's also an element of tokenism to that. And you have made some strong, opinions about this in terms of the nomenclature we use to describe the physically disabled. Yeah. Could you elaborate on that?
Well, yes, I'm sure you're really well read about me. You have heard my interviews and all that, sir. So thank you very much for that. I do have a strong opinion on being called Divyang or differently abled. Now, this is a term which, of course, was decided by whoever, the government, the people, the janta, whoever. But were we consulted when this term was called for us? Divyang Jan, differently abled. I'm not Harry Potter. I can't just go and fly on a broomstick. So, I'm not differently abled. I'm a physically challenged or visually challenged or hearing impaired or deaf or, Now, of course, there are more than 21 disabilities according to the RPWD Act 2016. Why are we called Divyang Jan, Vishesh Jan, Bhinna Sheshikare? This Bhinna Sheshikare, enikku endana sheshi ullathu? Just because I'm blind, maybe I can sing. But every blind person cannot sing. So what is the different ability in that? Why are you being nice, extra nice to us or, ironically nice to us because, we might be feeling offended if we are called by our disability? Of course, blind is a term which is used abroad, but blind is representing the curtains or the blinds, draw the blinds, pull the blinds. So maybe that's not the right term always. But I personally don't have any problem being called blind. In fact, all the organizations are National Association for the Blind, Kerala Federation for the Blind, Blind Relief Association. All these organizations are called blind. There's no organization which is called National Association for the Visually Challenged. I guess it may change in the future, but that is out of choice. People can be called visually challenged or hearing impaired or just handicapped people. But why are they called differently able? That's a kind of ironic term according to me, but of course everyone has their own opinion.
There's also the issue of, which you rightly mentioned earlier, the stereotyping, of blind people. Like, why should they only be given a job in customer care or handling telephones or the expectation that they sing, the stereotype trap.
Now, that stereotype, of course, I won't say that it's only the government or only the sighted people, but it's also the visually impaired people themselves. There are many visually impaired people who are earning in 6 figures. There are programmers. There are accessibility testers. There are founders of organizations like Inclusive STEM and all that who are trying to make STEM curriculum accessible, science and technology and mathematics, accessible. There are computer science lectures, but there are certain things that are not possible. There is the Global School of Accessibility. Some blind people are learning how to make websites and all that. There are people who are working in IBM as accessibility testers and all that. But mostly, it is also the attitude and the education that we have received. For example, if I was to leave my organization now and get a job, the easiest job would be in a customer care job or a radio announcing job. But even radio announcing job, are there any blind radio announcers? No. This job is also not given to us. Railway announcers were there, but now it's all computerized, so there are no railway announcers anymore. But mostly blind people like the job because we can talk well. We have the gift of the gab. So I won't say it should not be stereotyped, but yes, of course, it's the attitude, because we are not getting ample opportunities to study computer science or to study technology and all that in those days. So those were the job opportunities. But now I think things are changing with the advancement in technology.
What has been the personal high for you when you run Jyotirgamaya institution? What are the kind of, you feel personally satisfied about?
Well, I feel personally satisfied that I'm able to empower people. Like there were 2 blind men who had recently lost their sight, both over 40, and both were in the Gulf. Both were earning and working, and both had a very, very a satisfactory life. One person, in fact, he's inspired me a lot. He was hit in his eyes with a beer bottle. He was a bar manager. And he overcame all those things. He had many other health concerns as well. And Reddy, she's from Palakkad. And he managed to come to our organization and study computers and learn how to travel by himself. Then he went to another blind organization, and he was able to learn a little bit of Braille also. And he wants to teach. And so there were many, there's another person who I also told you, so he also came from the Gulf. He was stuck there after the pandemic. He couldn't come back. Then he came back and he learned computers and mobility from us, and he started traveling by himself. And now he's doing something online. And there was a 42-year-old lady also who we were able to empower and help. She also lost her sight late in life. There was a nurse who lost her sight, and we were able to train her in computers and the use of the Android phone. Now she has found all her sighted colleagues. She's also a motivation speaker, and she does Christian ministry. So there are quite a few people who we've been able to empower, and I'm quite satisfied that I have been able, with my team, of course, I'm not alone. I have my team members who have been very, very dedicated towards me. My colleague, Mr. Balram sir, who's also blind, and my colleague Aruna, who's present here with me, and a few other team members. So we have all done it together. I won't say it's me, but it's the Jyotirgamaya team who has empowered over 100 people in the past 10 years.
Could you have a round of applause for that? So how much has technology helped the visually impaired? I'm sorry for the self-referencing. I mean, I got to refer to one of my very close friends, L. Subramani. He works in Deccan Herald. I mean, we went to Loyola together, and visually impaired. Yeah. And he uses software, and he works brilliantly well for Deccan Herald, and he edits copies, he writes, he's active on social media. So I've seen how his life has changed thanks to technology. What are your views on technology vis-a-vis the visually impaired?
Well, my views on technology, of course, with the advancement in AI, now there's ChatGPT and there's a lot of things which has really helped the visually impaired. It's helped us to access educational material. Of course, the use of the Android phone. People don't need computers anymore. People just get everything through Android, through the Android phones, especially through Zoom, Google Meet and all. You attend your online classes and all that. So it's very, very helpful, I would say. In those days, in the earlier days, we used to be struggling for Braille notes, and we used to be struggling to get our notes printed in Braille. And they would either come just 2 days or 3 days before the exam, and then how could we study? How could we pass?
And there's a sad bit when you refer to, like, you never knew what a square was or a triangle was in maths, I mean, there was no sensitivity in the way
there was no sensitivity, not only that, sir, but there was no proper resource teachers to train us in those fields. Now, when I was young, the resource teachers I had had only completed special education and humanities subjects as their methodology subjects. So, of course, they were not clued up to train us to use mathematical, geometrical devices. And none of the blind people in those days, in the times when I studied, had taken maths as a subject or sciences. We all took humanities, whether we wanted to or not. But now, of course, there's a choice. There are programs which you can work with on the computer where you can do maths.
What would be the ideal roadmap, as a government policy, whatever, in terms of facilities and sensitizing, for the physically handicapped?
You don't have to sensitize the physically handicapped. You have to
not
change.
I'm saying in terms of policy, from the government side?
Well, policy from the government side, well, now since we're talking about accessible tourism, I'll just start with that.
Yeah.
Accessible tourism, as you say, now, when you go to the Trivandrum Museum, what do you do there? The first thing I'm told is, don't touch anything, okay? So why should I go and stand there? For what? I can't touch anything. I'm just tagging along with my sighted people, who I'm going with, and just seeing what? There are paintings, there are statues, there may be a lot of things. What can I see? What can I do there? You go to the Padmanabha Swami Kshetram, devangala. How can I touch them? I can't. What can I hear? I can only experience the serene atmosphere of a temple. But what can be done is, if we want to visit a temple, we should have, some guides should be there, that we can book a guide online to come with us, or there is a kind of separate entrance for the physically challenged or the visually challenged, and we could be able to book a guide. Of course, in places like the museum, like in Poland, when I visited a museum in Warsaw, I had set an audio device which was given to us, and we could put the headphones and we could listen to the audio description of the entire place. When we went to each room, the description would change. We were given a handheld device and earphones. But we should always, so these things I've not seen here in India. So these kind of things should be included. Also, audio announcing systems in the buses. I did a documentary with AsiaNet in 2019-20 during the pandemic time, but I don't know whether that was even shown or not, where me and my students boarded a bus and we got down at the wrong stop. It has happened to me many times. I've started traveling since 2009. I started traveling alone by bus, of course, using this my white cane, but I have got down many times in the wrong stop. Now, I calculate the distance, I count the number of stops on my regular routes, and I'm able to actually ask the passengers when I'm nearing the stop. Imagine if someone kept asking you, Sir, Vellamville ayo? Sir, Palayam ayo? Sir, is this place come? Has that place come? Every 2 minutes, if someone asked you, probably you would get fed up and you would, you would tell them the wrong place and you would just have them off your head. Many people would do that. People have done that also, not to me, but to other people, to boys especially. So, wouldn't it be nice if, like in the Vande Bharat, if there were some announcing system in the buses also, saying which place it is? Wouldn't it be nice if the beaches were accessible? Can you go to Varkala beach? Can a blind person visit Varkala beach? Just going down the stone steps on that cliff, or going, how? Can someone visit Arimala beach in Trivandrum? The amount of rocky paths there is no accessibility at all. But I have visited it because a few of my friends understood inclusion, and I'm good in mobility, so I just took my white cane and I went. But there are many visually impaired people who won't go to such extent. Kallar, so many places, not only in Trivandrum. This Adirapalli Falls here in Kochi. I've never been, but is it accessible? Are there guides? Are there accessible? All the stones and everything is there. How can any wheelchair user, any blind person go to these kind of places? I've heard that the Chennai Marina Beach has been made accessible. I've never visited it.
Yeah, it's been made accessible.
Yes, but what about us in Kerala? We have to start. This conference, let it be a start. Okay, the key cards. The key cards, for example, in this hotel itself, there is no audio system on the doors to say the door is opening or door is closing. We have to put our key cards there. Because I came with my colleague, I was able to identify my room number. But there are no ways where you can identify your room number, unless there are braille signs on some of the doors or something. Otherwise, I would have been running in circles here.
So Tiffany has asked a lot of tough questions, which it's for the stakeholders to answer and deal with. Thanks so much for your time, Tiffany.
Thank you
very
much.
Absolute pleasure. Could you have a huge round of applause for her, please? Yeah.
thank you very much. I thank the Hindu and the Kerala Tourism Department for having invited me, and I thank my moderator, sir. I thank you very much, sir, for asking me so many touching questions. I do hope that we can make life easier for people with disabilities. Now, online applications are very much accessible, like Uber is very accessible, Swiggy is accessible, but again in Uber there is the UPI payment is not available. Now everyone does not carry cash. Then we have to ask the driver for their Google Pay number and scanning and those kind of things. So I would recommend at least our state to write to Uber and ask them to make that option available. That is a more easier option that we can pay automatically so that the drivers will not cheat us also. That is also, but we should trust people. We should really, really know how to trust people, because if we don't trust, a visually impaired person or a physically challenged person cannot live, but of course we have the fear of being exploited. I hope places become accessible, buses have announcing systems, hotel rooms have audio facilities, some kind of audio facilities, and even Google Home or Alexa, those kind of things should be automatically adjusted in the rooms, not only in the 4-star, 5-star hotels, even in the Tukada lodges where blind people may go and stay, or other disabled people. Those places should be made accessible. Why is only Grand Hyatt? Ivada or room edakkan etra roobayavum? I don't think I personally would spend my money to take a room here. I don't think a government lecturer earning 1 lakh rupees would also do it if he had to spend his own money, because mostly people with disabilities are used to getting most things for free. So at least the rates can be economized or subsidized for them. Even the assistive devices should be subsidized and economized. But the tourist places, since we're here on a tourism conclave, the tourism places should have these kind of small accessibility things like Alexa or like the key cards. Every room has air conditioning now. Even lodges have air-conditioned rooms. But some kind of facility, at least one accessible room in most of the lodges or 3-star, 2-star hotels should be there, just as they are in the 5-star hotels. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. Thank you.
Because when you have Alexa in the room, I can enter the room and say, Alexa, turn on the lights. Alexa, turn on the TV. ഇവിടുത്തെ ഹോട്ടലിൽ ആക്ച്വലി എല്ലാം ഓട്ടോമാറ്റിക്കലി തന്നെ ഓൺ ആവും. എൻ്റെ കൊളീഗ് ഇല്ലായിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ Ratri mudan TV on I kedanane. So that would be like the TV would have been on the whole night because as soon as you insert the key card, everything comes on automatically. So if there is a Google Home or an Alexa, then we will not have to fiddle with the switches, those kind of things, or some kind of thing which will tell us where is the plug point. Of course, we have common sense to know the plug point is near the bedside table, but how to turn off the TV, how to turn off the air conditioner, how to do these kind of things, there should be some kind of technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing those powerful insights, Ms. Tiffany Brar. Thank you, Mr. Vijay Kumar Kesi, sports editor, The Hindu. We will be now moving to the next session. Accessibility isn't charity. It's India's USD 1 trillion GDP booster. So, as our next session, this presentation is all about by our knowledge partner, Swayam reframes accessibility as an economic opportunity rather than a compliance requirement, presenting case studies and a strategic roadmap for making Kerala truly accessible for all. Can we please have the brand video on the screen, please?
उम्मीद है कि चल पाऊं बिना किसी रोक के।
हर सुबह और रोशन चलता हूँ यही सोच के
जिंदगी ना हो संघर्ष हर एक मोड़ पे,
ना हो मुश्किल इज्जत की कमाई वक्त के हर छोर पे।
क्या अब भी आपको लगता है कि सुगम्यता सिर्फ मुझे चाहिए? फिर से सोचिए।
Thank you. So now may I invite Ms. Sminu Jindal, founder Swayam, India's leading accessibility organization, to take the stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's such a pleasure to be here. I think that little film did showcase about who all really can benefit from accessibility, not just people with disabilities. Thank you, Hindu, for having me here. What a lovely initiative of having this podium. And to have spoken on a podium is, I guess, my second time. And I've been speaking quite many times. So thank you so much for thinking of it. I actually am here to talk about a different subject around accessibility. First, I would like to break the myth. Accessibility doesn't just benefit people with disabilities, it benefits many, many of us if we really look around. Our parents, grandparents, little children, people with temporary injuries, war-wounded soldiers, so many cases of natural calamities. We see all of these people around us. Even evacuation sometimes is thought for only able-bodied male. Not even women sometimes can make that list. So I'm here to talk about a subject that affects each one of us And we recently had 25 years of Swayam in November, and we had a conference which talked about pretty much the subject that we've touched upon today with the Kerala government. It talked about transport, it talked about tourism, ICT, and sports, and the opportunity, the financial opportunity that it brings on the table. We also wanted to talk about people with reduced mobility, because reduced mobility encompasses all the people who have difficulty in moving around, and it can be temporary or permanent. But each one of us benefit with a better quality of life. I'd like to showcase, because sometimes people think maybe the number is in my head. We did a lot of work and we did a lot of research, and these are the few numbers that were there. They are genuinely on the lower side, but I would like to showcase that. In India, we really do not have any census that has counted the true numbers, even of disability. Today, we are going to talk about only 2%, and it was done in 2011 with 7 disabilities, and now we have 21 disabilities, but the number still is at 2%. There is a, can we have that slide, please? By just the way they will take some time, I will carry on. If we look at elderly persons with about 60% over the years of 60 age, we are talking about 8.7% of our population. That leads to about 124.3 million people. Populations of families with young children under 5, we've not taken the whole family, we've just taken one caregiver and one child. That accounts to 15.2%. That leads to a 206.7 million people. Prevalent cases of stroke, which happens, we've taken 45 plus, and it comes to a 6.93 million. Arthritis, 15.77 million. Individuals with obesity, we were surprised. Obesity is a big problem in India today, and that accounts for about 63.28 million. Pregnant women, only high-risk pregnancies, 14.82 million. Injury-related mobility impairments, which constitute permanent, long-term, and temporary reduced mobility, a figure of about 13 million people. In total, we are talking about 34% of our current population, and it accounts for 50% of household that will actually get affected with reduced mobility. We have not taken diabetes at all, and those figures are not really popularly available currently, and that would account for a 98% of today's India. That's the big impact we are looking at. There are many hidden disabilities that we have not taken into account because they are not reported. People who cannot come downstairs because they get nervous. People who are afraid of heights. There are so many amongst us who do not look disabled but have some kind of hidden disabilities. They need to be thought of when we look at our infrastructure, the way we design our world for our tomorrows. We talked about tourism, and we've got some figures of tourism too. In tourism, we only took Indian tourism. Here, the foreigners are not counted. And we all know most foreigners have got money, income to spend once they are through with their everyday duties of being parents. So essentially, they start traveling after the age of 55. There are movies like Marigold and other movies that have told how difficult it is for them to come to an Indian destination. And it is our duty to make sure India shines, because hospitality and culture is ingrained in our DNA. We must have foreigners come in, feel welcome. And that is why sports was primarily on our mind. Sports, when Olympics comes in 2036, and we already have Commonwealth coming in 2030. All those people that will come to an Indian destination, I'm sure they would like to come and visit other states. They'd like to see the backwaters of Kerala. They would like to see Jaipur, Rajasthan. They would like to go to places and not just Ahmedabad. And for that, we must be ready to look at that financial opportunity. Everything, I believe, is not charity, because charity happens when you have free time and free money. Here we are leaving money on the table, because I cannot tell you enough how last mile connectivity's non-existence actually causes barrier for even businesses to earn money. We realized that if we do not talk about our accessible features through ICT, through websites, through booking sites, not giving a 360-degree view of the accessible bathroom and the accessible room, the amount of revenue loss that we create. Everything is business. Everything should lead to better money, better time utilization. And India is pretty much equipped. Kerala is God's own country. We'd like the God's own country to be available just like God is to each one of us. Thank you. Transport is a very important thing that is like blood in our veins. And in transport, what we've seen, railways are really not accessible. Road transport doesn't really exist for people with any kind of reduced mobility. These are a few figures, and whatever we see at the bottom is the current lost income. But these figures are minuscule. We have not really taken into account many more things. You might say that it really may not happen, but it does happen. When we made Qutub accessible in 2008, it earned more revenue than Red Fort and Humayun's tomb put together. It earned double of it. That's the impact when things are accessible, it actually creates for each one of us. Our elderly grandparents, we all know, don't really lack money, but they do not go out of the house. Every visit out of the house makes them hire a taxi, buy water, buy chips, take people out, buy tickets for a movie hall. These are all economic activity. Things like these, opportunities like this, today we miss on an everyday basis. It makes great business sense for hotels to make themselves accessible, for our tourists to begin with, but eventually it should come down to everyday living. Roads need to be accessible. We want children in schools. Only then they can look for a better job. Only then we can have them mainstream in society. And I'm sure COVID has taught us that each one of us is a social human being. Sharing a coffee over the internet with a friend is not the same as going to your local coffee shop and having one. ICT is a very, very important aspect that most of us overlook, and therefore the work that we do in the field of accessibility actually goes unnoticed. I would urge hoteliers to actually talk about a 360-degree view of the accessible room and bathroom. Please stick to the universal design. Don't innovate on it. A lot of work has been done for it to come down to that level. And if that universal design is taken into account, I assure most people's basic things would be taken care of. Problem comes when we divide it into only for visually impaired, only for wheelchair users, only for certain disabilities. But if we take care of the basics, then everybody can benefit with this infrastructure and hotels will have a full booking. But you know what? I think we should have a category of every room that should be made accessible, because somebody can be as spoiled as me, wants to travel in a suite, but somebody can travel in a basic standard room, and all of these things should be made available to each one of us. Out here, most of you agree with all this, so it is like preaching to the choir. I would keep that to a minimum because I know this is just before lunch and everybody would be feeling hungry. I'm just going to close in terms of the opportunity shown here. This is a small opportunity window that is there as per the current figures. I am looking at a $1 trillion economy waiting for us to happen. And that's the amount of money that we need to earn extra for our country to become the number 3 in the GDP race. I urge you all to look about it, to think about it differently, and it takes a loving heart to understand the pain of another. I know Kerala, I've come to Kerala for the first time and I've had an immensely enjoyable time. I wish I could be here longer. But till then, I will meet you again some other time. All the very best. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Ms. Minu Jindal, for those valuable and powerful insights. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we shall all now break for lunch and reconvene the sessions by 2:30. Thank you. Small update on the timing. Kind attention, ladies and gentlemen. We shall reconvene the sessions at 2:15. 2:15. Thank you.
വണ്ടി കോട്ടി വിടുന്നു ഡി
phone, having access to police, having access to some form of conflict resolution. That doesn't happen because unlike if you think about a hotel, for instance, if you call out for help, you're likely to be heard by somebody else. But if you're in a remote location, running a homestay, and houses in the hills, for instance, can be separated, they may not be right next to each other. And it's usually the women and their adolescent daughters who are running these establishments. It's actually double the work for them. And, they're doing it happily, and they're the ones who are welcoming you into those homes. But they are the most vulnerable members of this entire ecosystem, and we absolutely ignore them. So we talk about solo travelers. It's very important to also see those who are looking after the solo travelers, the service people who are giving them that experience. And we don't talk about their safety as much as I think as an industry we talk, because obviously we're thinking about the commercials, we're thinking about more solo travelers traveling, therefore more commerce. But the people who are actually providing that service, I think their safety is just as important, and I don't think we've done enough to,
Bija, is that true? What about people who are the providers, who kind of are brand ambassadors of the kind of tourism that we do? What are the kind of safety, what are the kind of help that we offer them as a government, from the government side?
Like government, it will be, ma'am will be the best person to answer.
Shika, would you like to take that answer? And I'd also like to ask you, when women travel, for us, some of the most important thing, one is safety. We want to be feeling safe because you're out for adventure. Secondly, we also want the place to be hygienic. In that case, where would you rate us at? And how would you address what she raised about the service providers being given enough feeling safe about it?
I think the RT mission is doing a great job, especially in empowering women and making them participate in the tourism industry. So I was just talking to Rupesh, and he said that 102 RT units who are registered are running the tour operations in Kerala, women-led. And out of 20,000 plus 17,000 units in the RT mission is owned by the women. So that kind of confidence, that kind of trainings are given to them. And obviously, when coming to any homestays, etc., there is a government procedure to give the license, and police clearance certificate, etc., are part of it. So basically, these women are from Kerala, they know the circumstances, and they also were made part of the gender audit and safety audit. I think they were made to walk through the destinations at night. It was the service providers mostly who walked at the night on behalf of the tourists, and they gave their perspectives on how safe the destination is, how we should make it more safe for the women.
So I can add here, yeah. During the destination safety study, we have trained almost 102 women who can do this research thing. Usually this is done at an academic level. So we have bring it to the grassroots level. Grassroots women were trained by Responsible Tourism Mission to do the safety audits and gender audits. Questionnaires were prepared which they can use at the surveys, at the focus groups discussions and all. And we have identified that presence of women in the tourism destinations, in the places, in the odd hours, enhances safety. So even the surveys are conducted when it is by women, the women are more open. The people are more open to, they were ready to express their issues. So presence.
This also includes, when I say gender, it includes transgender, transsexual.
Yes, definitely.
You're talking about all of them, right?
Yes, yes. Trans persons were also included, and we have conducted FGDs with them also. It was, government was there in FGD, private sector, industry, everybody. And there was a multi-stakeholder consultation where all these groups were invited to develop this policy.
I just want to add one point to her. During our Gender Inclusive Tourism Conclave, all the hotel groups and the Kerala Travel Mart Society was part of it. And they signed the MOU in which they agreed that they will increase the percentage of women in the hotels and the resorts that they are running in Kerala, so that the ladies or the tourists who are coming to Kerala will feel more safe about it.
Yes, but when we talk about safety, like I was talking to you earlier, we were talking there now, and I said we was talking about last mile connectivity. Because what happens is that there is supposing you arrive in Kochi, so you take a metro and reach, and then maybe you take you take a train and reach there. From the metro to your home or to your hotel or to your resort, that last mile connectivity is often the vulnerable places. How has one addressed that? So IT to you, how do you see that being addressed in other places and in Kerala specifically? Because last mile connectivity is a huge problem in most places.
Well, it continues to be a problem. I think we were talking about the fact that Delhi, where I come from, allows women to travel for free. And initially there was a lot of, a lot of conversation about is it really needed and what is it going to, how is it going to help, all of that. But I think it has allowed, it has been, if you look at it from a tourist perspective, also it's a, nobody knows. Most of us actually don't, as women, we don't necessarily want, we can afford to buy a ticket, therefore we buy a ticket. But those who can't, for them that, it makes a lot of difference. And as far as the last mile connectivity is concerned, I don't think, I'm trying to think very hard, honestly, for a good example, where I've seen something that seems to have solved that problem for women, but I can't think of one, not in this country. I don't know if some spaces are, some cities, for instance, like Bombay, feel safe because you do have public transport being taken by other people late into the night, right? Even if you are late, you're running late, you manage to see other people, on the train or in the last buses and so on. So there is some form of safety that you feel. But in most cases, I think most of us as women, as travelers, we retreat after sundown at a certain hour because it doesn't feel safe. And there is no last mile connectivity. If you are insulated by class, if you have the money to be able to afford that last mile connectivity, then yes. But if you don't, no. I don't know if that answers your question.
Monolitha, it does, but Monolitha, that is where designing really comes into, where you design places where you have made sure that all the dots are connected so that a person feels safe from home to home. So where does design come in, and where do we lack, and how do we address that?
Yeah, as a practicing urban designer, I would say that design is actually at the core of this conversation. One of the things we don't really understand is that, firstly, when we talk about inclusive, gender-inclusive tourism, we are talking about cities where we already have a living population of women. Women are 50% of any population. In Kerala, we have high percentage of women. And if we can manage to make cities inclusive for them, we make cities inclusive for the female tourist also, or the gender, minority genders also. And one of the things which data reveals is that women are actually the principal users of all cities. This is very surprising when you hear it, because we have a mindset that women belong at home, but actually because of our care duties, women are the ones who are out and about doing shopping, taking the children to school, doing so many other things, along with probably doing a job. So women become very aggressive users of the city, and this has been globally evidenced, including in India, where just this free travel in Delhi and Bangalore actually changed women's lives in ways that the policymakers never even envisioned. Because just that little bit of support gave them the ability to do things without having to take permission, without having to wait for somebody to pay the bills, right? So design is really as the core of the process, and the designs come from various aspects. Okay, the entire process design, it becomes a very important part for us to understand how we deliver. So we have all these beautiful policies, and you guys have done lovely work with, setting the audits and setting the policies. But when it comes to on-ground implementation, I think you both know how miserably we are failing. Okay, simple example. So as an urban designer, even though I have a car and I'm privileged enough to be able to afford a car, just to keep my life real, I use a lot of public transport. So we talk beautifully always about the Vitala Mobility Hub. It is this seamless transition and all. Anybody who's talking that, have they actually used that seamless transition? There is nothing seamless about it. There are so many barriers which make it difficult for a woman or anybody with a slightly different ability to come out of the water metro and take the metro or take the bus. And especially if you have a suitcase, and I do this travel whenever I'm taking a train, it's super difficult, right? So little things like just the height of the pavement, the slope that you gently ease in, the surface treatment, all of these make a difference. You were talking about visibility. One of the major things it's again globally evidenced that when women move, we are always, because of our fear perception, we are always looking, constantly scanning places to keep on mapping fast exit. If there is a situation, we need to save ourselves. This is a constant fear psychosis all women have. How are public spaces created in India, in Kerala, with barriers? Just look around. The number of boundary walls we create, dividing up spaces. You know, and each of those create these barriers for women to be able to have to walk around a space to access visibility, which you were talking about, is always, it's very important for a woman to know. So perception of fear, perception of danger is different between men and women, okay? Women perceive a space with a lot of family activities which are very visually connected, crowded spaces as safe spaces, which can be actually quite disturbing for men because men don't have that fear psychosis within them. They very often find such chaotic spaces to be very distressing. So these are all data research which is there. So the more we create spaces which are visually connected, so that as I am walking, all parks, we were talking about hanging out spaces. Why don't women enter parks? Very beautiful example is the Kakinad Junction, okay, where we have 3 parks right next to each other. One is a beautifully landscaped park with very high boundary walls. Nobody goes there, other than some people who go there to exercise. There is another one which is at the street corner, low barriers, everybody is there. Till 11 o'clock at night, I see women, 12 o'clock at night, I see women hanging around in that space. So these kind of things, toilets and rest facilities. When you were talking about service providers, women service providers, one of the principal challenges, we have women bus drivers. We are always talking about, you know, we should have women, Kudumashri women, they take their waste, they do the waste collection, they're all manning so many canteens and they're in public transport, all of that, all to make other women feel safe. Do they feel safe? What is their safety? To find a proper toilet somewhere which can be easily accessed. Most of the women, I don't know about the women in the dais, but most of the women who actually have a public life, who go out every day, suffer from UTI because of lack of access to public toilets. These are critical things, okay? And simple aspects of design can change even the way we create toilets, design of the public toilet, which makes it more visible.
On the question of health, I wanted to ask Shika, as I've told her earlier, I wanted to ask her, like, a lot of women tourists flock to our tourist destinations. They come seeking Ayurveda treatment, for instance. And as a journalist, I've come across stories, horror stories of women experiencing really bad experiences at some of these spas within courts. How does one assure women who come into Kerala, and women of all kinds, cutting across all ages, senior citizens, people with disabilities, transgender, transsexual, LGBTQ, everyone. How do we assure them that this is a safe place? Come into it and we assure you that you will have a safe experience and you will go back safe. How does one give them that assurance, Shika?
Yeah, Kerala Tourism is giving classification for this Ayurveda spas and the massage centers that is running across Kerala. So sadly, that is not a compulsory process that every institution should go through. It's a choice of them to be part of the Kerala Tourism and to get the classification. Otherwise, they are just receiving the NOC to run it from the respective LSGD. But now the department has started. We are advocating that it should be made compulsory. There should be a committee that should be going through every spas. There should be police clearance certificate. We should be knowing which doctor, who is doing the therapies, etc. So we have already moved the file regarding that, making Ayurveda classification compulsory by the Kerala Tourism.
But we should have also audits and inspections, which does not happen.
We already have a committee, but these audits are only going to the places which are coming under classification. but not to the other departments. It is taken up by the police department as of now. But I think we should tackle it at the beginning itself. We should be able to start a Ayurveda spa only with the classification of the tourism. So we are doing that project work. I would like to answer one more question which you, regarding the drivers or the last mile connectivity. I don't just feel that we are feeling safe when we are traveling with a driver who is staring through the glass in the front, or he is humming some songs. Might be he will be naturally doing it, but I don't know how many women will be feeling comfortable while traveling in a taxi like that. So Kerala Tourism now started giving trainings to the drivers. It might be natural or it might be intended also, but whatever it is, the behavior should be in such a way that it is not giving any discomfort to the traveler or the lady who is sitting in the taxi. And regarding the hygiene aspect, I do agree with the issue that you have raised regarding the availability of the public toilets. Everybody faces it in Kerala. We are in the process of getting tea hubs, what we call in the tourism department, for getting the public spaces on the way en route to the tourism destinations. But it was quite difficult to get the public spaces to get these things done. Now we started another initiative in which we have declared one project like 50 destinations, 50 toilets that can be run by women. And we are giving incentives. They can do it in their home also. It already started in Kantalur. When you go from Munnar to Kantalur, you can see this. It is done by giving incentives from the government. So women are running it, they are getting empowered, and the people who are going there also feel safe. So I think that is best example that we can replicate it across the Kerala.
I think that deserves a round of applause.
Yeah,
Though it sounds very, very mundane, but as women travelers, I think that's very important for us.
May I add something? So I think I saw that in Thrissur, and the women's club told me that you can actually, they're creating spaces for women to access restrooms, which are not in restaurants or not in hotels. They're in people's homes. They're just creating those opportunities. I was so surprised and so pleasantly surprised. By the way, one quick, thought that crossed my mind was that these days, of course, with technology, when somebody's traveling, especially if it's a solo traveler, we tell them, oh, you share your location, or now pepper sprays are being, sort of replaced by these loud alarms. You can just immediately activate and it makes noise for 40 minutes and things like that. But the prerogative is always on the woman to protect herself, right? I've spoken to tour operators who happen to be women, and I've asked them that, when you're, let's say, somebody who's arriving in India is arriving in Delhi, but they're making their way to Binsar, to a friend who, who is a common friend who also who happens to be a woman and runs a very successful community-based tourism initiative in Binsar. We were talking about it, and for a lot of the women operators, they think, right? They think ahead, they think about themselves and what they might like. So they make sure that, whoever's coming in will have a SIM card, and they will be able to communicate with them throughout. The person who's coming in has probably signed up for 2 days or 4 days or 5 days with you during their entire trip. But very often, if there is a woman tour operator who's going to do that, she ensures that from the moment you land in the country to the moment you leave, they are in touch with you. And they are making sure that you feel safe. So we've talked about the possibility of perhaps suggesting a common helpline, which is not a very difficult thing to do with all this technology that is now available to us. But that helpline tourism is a state subject. So for all the states to get together and to be able to pull off this one helpline that will help every traveler, it could be a helpline that not just a woman, somebody in trouble, doesn't matter what gender they are, right, that they can access. But because it's going to take, even if we suggest it, we know that it will take a long time for it to be activated. So women are taking the prerogative to make themselves safe. And even I don't know how you would address this, but there's a lot of conversation online, a lot of conversation I have with average women who travel. They worry that when they enter a hotel room or an unfamiliar space, they're looking now for cameras. Yes. They're looking now for devices, and they don't know how to, how to be able to tell if, so have you thought about that?
Like to add. Yeah. So regarding the question about the spas and bus marshals, so I would like to suggest that let's go for gender sensitization and post-training, Prevention of Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Act, and they should be certified before you are giving them a certification as this This is compliant, post compliant. So, of course, Responsible Tourism Mission Department of Tourism has done many trainings on POSH, and we have more than 200 government officers and industry partners being trained. But let's make it mandatory. At least let's focus on one panchayat or one specific city, make it a post-compliant, gender-sensitized infrastructure facility, as we were discussing earlier, accessible. Let's at least pilot one place.
So I think also Mr. Billa who suggested that, we take with one place and make it a model one, and then expect others to follow. I would also like to ask, we were talking about inclusive tourism. One minute, Monolitha. We were talking about inclusive tourism. We understand that Kerala is a rapidly aging society with a graying society. So what is it that, have we considered senior citizens who also come from other states to Kerala, and what are the facilities that we're going to offer them to make them really feel inclusive? Not just ramps and, but even other things. I think Tiffany addressed the elephant in the room when she talked about, having Alexa in the rooms and telling them, because there are invisible disabilities, there are visible disabilities. What is it that we're doing about it to help such tourists and travelers have accessibility in our state?
See, as yesterday it have been discussed, that when you make it accessible, like Kerala for all, accessible for all, it will cover definitely women, all genders, differently abled or elderly. It should be like that. We should not think about gender per se. We should cover all. Let's make a pilot space where we can focus and showcase that this is what we are talking about. What Manalita regarding this infrastructure is saying, what ma'am is saying. So for elderly also, when we are speaking about women-friendly tourism, definitely elderly women and children are taken into consideration. But definitely differently abled women are taken into consideration. But as now you are suggesting, elderly men also need to be considered.
The point I was trying to make was that we also have to understand the technology challenge. When we are talking about certain groups, like we are talking about the elderly, many of them are technologically challenged. So if lot of our safety and inclusion are technology based, we are actually creating an additional barrier for them. Similarly, when we are talking about toilets and all, like what you were talking about, that's a great, great initiative for tourists. But how does it serve the service woman? Where is the place for the service bus driver woman or the taxi driver woman to use a safe facility for toilets, to take a rest, because they are the ones who are ensuring the safety of the women tourists. So what is that circuit, what is that support system we are creating? I think we have to keep in mind these barriers which are there when we think of a certain way of people doing things in a privileged manner where it's all paid services. Because many women will not be able to afford paying. I mean, I'm talking about even as a very young female traveler, I had very little money. So if every time I have to go to a toilet and have to pay for it, then it becomes a barrier for me, right?
Shika, if you were to look at it, like, I think Ms. Jindal raised the point about the percentage of people who are actually disabled in different ways in society. So when we talk about gender and inclusivity, I'm sure we'll also be, like Pija said, we're also including them. So when we talk about such people, what is the kind of, what in your mind are the things that we should be doing? Say about 5 years from now, how do you see Kerala as being poised to welcome such visitors to our state?
There has been this barrier-free tourism project concept in the tourism, but I think it was addressing only to the one segment. Basically, as we heard in the first discussion regarding the wheelchair. But beyond the wheelchair, there are many other different abilities. And I think we should include also the neurological disorders. I have seen many parents who are not going outside simply because their kid is having some neurological disorder, and they're saying that we are not able to go to any places. So we should start thinking about them. While we are going to the tourist destinations, for the blind people, they should be able to experience what we are showing there. So there should be augmented devices in which they can hear about it. They must be able to hear the sound of it. And similarly for the dumb, they should be able to experience. So the experience should reach everyone irrespective of their abilities that they are having. So there is a long way to go. We have to think beyond the barrier-friendly tourism policies. I think we have got a lot of ideas after coming to this conclave. I was listening to the last day's discussion. He was showing many examples from worldwide how we can make accessible it for everyone. So it's a long way to go, but I think starting with some of the projects that are currently running, we want to make it a world-class projects. So I will be going back, taking my workboard again. I told my consultant yesterday itself that we need to incorporate something else into this. Otherwise, this is not going to be world-class or what we are supposed to do. So we will work on it. And by 5 years, I think from next year onwards, if tourism department is going to implement a project, this one will be definitely in the agenda and it will not be an afterthought.
One of the ways that this is ensured is by keeping an expert, a domain expert. So gender, accessibility, domain experts should be included in the design team.
Yeah, definitely. I think I got 2 or 3 cards who willingly told me that they are ready to become the advisors for Kerala tourism regarding this. Thanks for that.
I think this is a good start, that Kerala for All, which imagines a place that really can welcome all kinds of visitors to Kerala and also domestic tourism. So I think, where would you see the state as heading, say, 5 years now? What is your vision? Ideally, how would you like the state to be poised?
I think I'm going to talk about 2 things. One is we've done a terrible job of the imagination of what a woman can do in a tourism ecosystem has been very limited. We only think of certain roles, and when I say women, I also mean women who with disabilities. So at best, so far, maybe I've heard of someone who's who's a blind masseuse, a therapeutic masseuse in in providing services, or very limited roles even for them. But I mean, it just needs a little bit of thought. I mean, I don't know if you've ever traveled with someone who has low vision and been in a forest, for instance, a forest walk with someone who experiences it differently. Imagine if you were to build that into an experience of how they experience a forest, how the sounds and how they touch the touch of a bark, how do they experience a forest. Imagine being able to make that an experience. A lot of the elderly women, we keep saying, oh, our grandmother's recipe, our we are always selling something by saying it's our grandmother's recipe. But how many of those grandmothers are actually part of our, tourism ecosystem? Yeah. Yeah, so, how do you include them? So that's one, and the other is ownership. I think that's another very important part which we've not talked about. I think I was talking to a young PhD student yesterday who's talking to some of the homestay owners here, women homestay owners. Time?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just going to quickly mention it. I was very happy to hear that she came back to tell me that a lot of the homestay owners here in Kerala are women who are very happy. And they feel empowered, but at the same time, it's also true that they are not the homestay owners officially. So that, I think, you're changing, which is great, because in a lot of cases, in private organizations, I have seen that a homestay is named, a woman, in the name of a woman, and the account where the money goes is in her name, right? It may be that, as a social, cultural practice, she gives her money, to the family, and the family fixes the roof or, sends a child for better education. But the money comes in their name. But it's usually private operators who've managed to do this in places like Munsiari or Spiti.
Right. So it's a very, very, very vast topic, and I'm sure all of us have a lot of thinking and speaking to do. Quickly, if you were to sum up, what did you say, Pijam? I mean, what is the most important thing that you think should be done now, and what can be done now, say within 6 months or so?
Definitely, Satsuri, not in 6 months, but we have, even if we are having policies, programs from government,
have to be very brief.
everything, but community sensitization, community participation
That's
to be
good enough,
ensured,
yeah.
capacity building of communities, training, awareness. That is the one point I want to focus more on.
That's very
Yeah.
nice. And Monolita, if you were to say in one sentence, quickly,
Yeah.
because we have to, about 5 minutes, I have to give it to open it up to
yes.
the audience.
One thing which is being done in many high tourist areas is a very good public-private partnership in design delivery. So the if there is a private funder, they work under a structure created by the government. And that is something we can leverage, I think, a lot. And the second thing is we need rigorous guidelines for design implementation.
All right. I won't let you go on to the third thing because I must ask Shika quickly. Shika, what would you say in one sentence? Where would you see, what would you, in your mind, what is the topmost thing that
I
needs
think
to
the
be done?
general things they have covered already. We can bring in some policy in which we says that we will be giving sanction to a project only if these parameters are being met. That is
Wonderful.
the one that government should do right now. I will close with that.
I'm sure there is a lot to discuss, but let's now hear it from the audience and what they want, they would like to ask you. You'll have to be very brief and to the point. Please ask questions.
So actually, our best stands are the...
Would you say your name, please?
myself, Sijin. Our best stands are the entrance of our city. That is like our drawing room. But unfortunately, if you take the best stands of Kerala, from Trivandrum to Kasaragod, so most of the best stands, the toilets are not accessible to the woman. For example, you take Kollam, Alapi, all these best stands, the toilets are away from the main complex.
Yes, sir. What is the question, sir?
No, see, it is very difficult for women for traveling, whether it is a passenger, tourist, whoever. It is very difficult for them to use that toilets for their satisfying their natural call. So we need to, when tourism department has to work with the KSRTC and other local departments to ensure that our drawing rooms are keeping our drawing rooms the best. That's the first thing we need to do, because most of the tourists, they are using public transport system for traveling.
Thank you. Questions, please? You can share all this with them when they come down, but any other question, please?
I'm Shyama. I'm a journalist. So instead of asking questions as such, I have got some suggestions which I would like to see, which is going to get implemented. That the one thing which we didn't discuss, but we all face on a daily basis, is that when we enter a public transport, there are n number of people who do alcohol or drugs or whatever it is. I'm not telling that we should ban it, but at least there should be breath analyzers or places allocated for them if they want to take that space. Another one is there are harassment towards women happening even after we take measures. But what are the measures we take in order to spread a word about the helpline numbers or stuff like that? It can be shown underneath the serials or the news articles or the dailies or stuff like that. But unfortunately, I don't see that happening. And about the design part, when it comes to the designing aspect, the first question which comes to my mind is, who is this city designed for? So,
cannot agree with you more.
Yeah, so I am a person who has to travel even out of my choice for my job. I find it immensely difficult to get onto a train which is like the steps of Sabrimala or something like that. Even if I'm young and I have an abled body. So what is the case of someone with an osteoporosis, or if they are having a ligament tear or a fracture? So who is this city designed for?
Thank you, Shyama. You've made your point very clearly. Thank you so much.
Hello. Yeah, to introduce, my name is Swami, VKN, coming from Nanniyode, Palakkad. I'm building up an Advaita ashramam there. I have only very small question. It's all to you, especially IAS ma'am. On city without barriers and the design part, have you heard about a futuristic city design called the Venus Project proposal for a modern city? Can we build such a city in Kerala, or at least make it as a part, a design for the future? That's my question. And if you have not heard about it, I think we should pursue, understanding what is the Venus Project, and you're welcome to have more questions. Thank you so much.
I think I will read about the project, and if it, definitely the department will work on it. Yeah.
Thank you. You have just under a minute. Is there anyone who wants to ask a question? You'll have to be very quick about it.
Hi everyone, I'm Ranjini Menon. I'm a media person turned social entrepreneur and a tourism stakeholder based in Wayanad. My homestay name is Turmerica. And I would like to ask, especially to Shikha ma'am and also to everyone over the dais, that I'm actually planning to set up a flea market exclusively for women, and that too women who are survivors of Churalmala Mundakai mishap, which happened 2 years back in Wayanad. Many of them still don't have any job, still don't know what to do. Many are in a mentally distressed situation, and they all wanted to come together. You were all mentioning about a place which women could hang up. So I am actually planning such a place in Wayanad, also in many other districts across Kerala, if possible, with the help of the government machinery, especially from the tourism department, that women can come to that place. Also, they can sell the producers indigenous products from the locality. Whatever they make at home, if it can be a food, it can be clothing, or it can be anything. And also they can spend some time together with their friends and women of all in the district. So how can the government and all of you help for such a noble cause? And I'm planning to start this by 8th of March next month.
Thank you, Ranjini. I'm sure you can talk to them at length. We have really overshot our time. Thank you so much, participants. So I think to sum up, I think what we need to do is we have to look at last mile connectivity, better designing, and keeping the women and other genders in your scheme of things when you plan tourism projects. I'm sure we'll come up with a better vision, and soon we will have a Kerala for all state very soon. Thank you all participants. It was a very interesting discussion. Thank you so much.
Can I just mention one point? It's apart from the discussion since she asked. Kerala Tourism has launched a project in which we are giving loans on 4% interest in association with the Kerala Women Development Corporation for the women entrepreneurs who are starting anything in tourism sector. So if anyone, it is good for everyone to know. Thank you.
Thank you, speakers and moderator, for a very meaningful and an enriching discussion. Thank you. We shall now move ahead with the next session, and that would be inclusive tourism through a neurodiverse lens. Speakers and moderator for the session requested to please be ready. So our next session is inclusive tourism through a neurodiverse lens. So this session explores neurodiversity in the context of inclusive and accessible tourism, examining common barriers faced by neurodivergent travelers and how inclusive design, communication, and environments can support more accessible travel experiences. Joining us for the session are Mr. Najmul Melat, Managing Director, Hope Shore Multidisciplinary School for Special Needs, and Mr. Shivadas AK, Secretary, Autism Club, Trivandrum. Requesting both the speakers to kindly take the stage.
Hello. Good afternoon, all. Myself, I'm Najmul Melat. Actually, I'm not a public speaker or a specialist speaker. I'm working in abroad in a petrochemical industry. But unfortunately, or fortunately, or I can say luckily, I'm a special parent. I have a daughter. She's 16 years old. I just realized that my daughter is not with us as like normal. Then I started my journey to moving to Mysore. You know, we are normally going to the Mysore for the therapies and rehabilitation programs. You know. Then I dropped my job and I started with my family. Then just 3-4 months I moved. Then I understand, oh, this is not a silly thing. I have to be with my daughter. Then I started preparing to accept and move forward. And then I just started moving around. I just started from Mysore. I just dropped from there. Then I go for Shornoor. Then I go for Bangalore. So many centers I visited. Then I was thinking, why I will not start a center at my home place? As a Pravasi, I got some money. I have taken some loans and this thing. I started an institute called Hope Shore at Kadalundi. I will tell you a brief about how I reach into the Hope Shore. See, I am a Pravasi and I don't have much connection in my place. Then I was started collecting the data. If you are starting something like even in the business or anything, you have to have the data on your hand. Then I started the data. I received my data like this. You know, in my village, we have 42,000 people are there. Then that village, and I go through the BRC and so many things. Then I collected data. Then I found we are having a reported. I have found the reported special kids are 172. Then I started calling one by one, and I made a group. Then I understand there are total 372 people are disabilities in my village. Then which is 1:120. People are there in my place, you know. Then I started my move, you know, I started survey, then I made an awareness program, then we made an assessment for the kids, then finally we started Hope Shore. Then Hope Shore started in 2017, 100% free of cost and without taking a single money from the public. It is, thanks God, I have a very good job in Saudi Arabia. I'm in a petrochemical industry. My company is paying money for my kids' rehabilitation. It is like something like a good amount, you know. So I can go away, I can travel anywhere, then I can take care of my daughter. But I was thinking I have to take other kids also. So I started Hope Shore. This is the background, I just telling you. Then I connected with the Kerala Tourism Department. And as mentioned yesterday, our Honorable Minister, I was very closely working with the Minister and the Tourism Department. Then we started a program called Bepur High Tide. The Bepur High Tide, we started and see, this is the way, what is that, we have the project Sigmo. See, we started with the high tide and yeah, good. I started with the high tide, and we are taking to our kids to familiarize with the many things. Like we did not go for only for the therapies and sessions. We take them to out, we take them to the many places. Then this is our inclusive program. Actually, in 2019 we started an inclusive program. I will come back to the point. Then this is our program. We started the inclusive program. See, 2019 we started our program. This is the very famous shopping mall in Calicut called Highlight Mall. I took my all kids over there. Just have a look on it. Just little play, I will show my daughter. My daughter is over there, So this is my daughter. She is the one behind all these things started, or I established this offshore. So we'll go forward. So now we will talk about the another initiative. See, once the offshore is started, we already the therapy center, and we are taken the kids in the outside. The kids part we already completed. Then we started. We were thinking, because I am a survivor and I am a parent. I know see, I am working in abroad. As I told you, every 3 weeks I am coming to home. Then I am traveling around. I took my family to car. We are going around and coming back. And my neighbor and my co-friends and all are thinking that, oh, he is very happy and he is living, because no one knows about my survival, how I am sleeping the last night, how is my family situation, how my wife is surviving with, or how my wife is suffering. These things are people doesn't know. People only looking to my, I am just enjoying the life and these things. So as a surviving father, I was talking to my friends, and I just told them we need to make a supporting system for the special families. Like, I am like a privileged parent. There are so many, some kids are, they don't know what is the food and what is the other things, So this type of situation, I know many people are, suffering from this. Then I talked to my close friends. We started a special family supporting program. See, what is the special family? So this system is not a new system. It is already there in the globally, in the many countries. As I am traveling and I am working abroad, I have connected with so many people, and I know that there is a special family support everywhere. So this is a very simple vision and mission we established. So very simply you can say that, the family support system is only to promote and provide the families with the children, with the special children, have a special needs supports only. See, if you go to the problem, so I cannot say that problem, the issues what the facing the public, like a special parents. See, you can see a lot of things. Parent and child relationship issues are there. Parent and parent relationship issues are there. Scholarship issues are there. Community acceptance are there. Financial difficulties are there. Assisted living devices shortages are there. Scholarship issue, is not getting properly. Then day-to-day activities. So many, hurdles are there. People who are suffering with so many things. So the special family support supposed to be started. I just made it as a layers to understanding how we wanted to, how we need to give the support to the special parents. It is very simple. Like the child is there, and immediate support is required from the household, like from the house itself, then the immediate family. Then, because it is very important, like people know that, normally, especially the early intervention, while child is, is understand the child is special. Then this mother wanted to go the therapy center and here and there, the program. Then the family needed to give a full support to this mother. So you need to give a support from the home itself. Then our next level support is required from the kinship and the informal family. We have some water, please. Excuse me. Can I have some water?
Hello.
Okay, then we'll go for the next, these are the system we are looking for. Water. So these are the support, we are making this type of 3 layered, yeah, please, yeah, I'm getting very tired, I'm sorry. Yeah. Thank you, fine, great. Sorry, I'm not, I told you, I'm not, a presenter or like a public speaker. I'm sorry for that. So these are the, we are looking for, we build this system in my place, in Kadalundi. We are having, this is the 3 layers. We can say the social workers and the local body and buddy system. So we made a buddy system between the parents and the especially parents. Then we will go back to see this, just and we explain to you how we made the system over there. And from this is the part, where we are connecting with to the Kerala, or we are thinking about the Hindu program. I actually, very gratefully, I appreciate the Hindu team to give us this opportunity, like, the Kerala for all. And, if you go through my slides, we needed all the people in the community needed take care of these special parents. So that's why, you can see the media is there, the advocates are there, therapists are there, all type of support is required for the special parent to, as a empowering or supporting the parents. So these are the activities what we did and you need to do at least in your place. You people, you go from here, I can see the people are normally donating huge amount to the institutions like Hope Shore or any other institution. So please do not support or do not, give money to this type of institutes. At least you look around. There are some parents or there are some kids is nearby you. Maybe after your 10 house, after maybe there will be a parent or there is a child is suffering. So instead of you are giving a huge donation to the institute, at least you give your donation or support to the your nearby, the suffering or the specially able people. See only the very minimal. See, if you look into in the world or into the Kerala itself, you can see the very minimal kids are in the limelight. Where is the other? In the statistics is saying that, it is around 3 lakhs kids are there, especially in Kerala, like a 10%. So where is this kids? Only we know very, very minimal, which is the very, very minimal people are, you can see in the outside, okay? So this SFS program we created, like, this type of, Mr. Suresh and Dr. Ashil and Dr. Saumya, these people are the one behind this program, and we very successfully completed in my place. So just, there is a video about So finally, after all this done, and myself and Shivadas, and Mr. Shivadas, my colleague, or my friend, he's working for the autism and he's in the field of the, he's supporting the autistic, kids and their parents. And we connected and we think about how we can, see, we already approached the responsible tourism, we approached the tourism department, then we understand, as a charity, we cannot do anything. Or no one can support us as a, it's an institution or something. It is required a company. Then as a special parents, we started a company called Spectra Wings. And Spectra Wings, we made all the policies and how to run, how to the business, and how to make the inclusive, in travel tourism. It will be shared by my colleague, Mr. Shivadas. Please go ahead, Shivadas. Go for next slide. Thank you very much. I'm sorry.
Good evening. Neurodivergence is something everybody is making some kind of fear when you are going to a hospital or meet a doctor and in any other special schools. They create fear among the parents, especially the mothers. So it is nothing like that. This is my son. Abhilash, he is 25 years old, and that boy, he was walking in a very crowded area of Fort Kochi beach in the last New Year festival. So the attitude and the system of every mind belongs to participate fully. So neurodivergence is not a deficit. That is to be corrected. And only because of my neighbors and my residential area, his life blossomed. And he groomed among a very good neighborhood. They have accepted him and they give kindness. So what we are saying, my experience for the last 25 years, I had been working in central government organization, earlier at Roorkee, then came to Patna, then Lucknow, where I got married. Then my son and all this, I get into the autism spectrum, then came to Trivandrum, and in Kochi. For last 24 years, I am, and my wife especially, and we both were navigating with unfamiliar kind of stress, sensory overload, limited support system, and constant negotiation between hope and exhaustion. We were exhausted. So our journey also revealed small acts of kindness, relations, learning, slowly teaching of inclusion is built not only through policies, but through everyday human understanding. So for the policymakers, my request is that we should understand. And while in Kerala already has something, many places where I had been lived, they lack. There are a strong neighborhood network. Local self-government is very strong. Public health system is very robust. And parents are very trained because women are very literate and educated. And there is an active civil society, what they are saying earlier, this Shikha madam was saying. So, how to redirect this strength from care and protection forward, participation and belonging. That is my experience. What we, with the Offshore and many other parents network, what we learned is participation. And we should, in coming to the tourism sector, we should educate the neighbors, shopkeepers, drivers, police, then tourism staff. They need to be educated for basic awareness, training to understand behavior like stimming, meltdown, communication differences, and a calm response. And respect often matter for more than specialized service. That means inclusion is a human skill. It is not nothing, it's a very, not a rocket science of what kind of thing. It's a human skill. Every human can understand. So, this community system in Kerala, which can also, this Anganwadi, special schools, center like Hopshore, can prepare children and families for outings in connection with the tourism matters. Then travel readiness training and provide volunteers or care assistance during trips. This, we have an experience with the Kadalundi model, which is Kadalundi Bepur model, what yesterday's minister was saying. And we have support from local bodies, then create buddy programs, respect support, inclusive community events, awareness, belonging, what all this Mr. Naju had shown you. A model developed by Hopshore with the responsible tourism mission was already in place, which can be scaled. Kerala can support neurodivergent people not by creating separate spaces, but by ensuring that every common space from a bus stop to beachside quietly say, you belongs to us. Here in Kerala, we are seeing special Anganwadis, we are seeing special schools, and what somebody are saying of a special university, that special kind of things will not be come into this Kerala tourism policy. I hope so. It should be the neurodivergent belong here. That should be the policy. And we are presenting a 3-year roadmap. This is just outline. It should be, we can, Hindu can discuss it with from. This is making Kerala ready for neurodivergent travelers. Year one, there is a foundations awareness policy pilot readiness. And in that case, you have to first year you should focus on mindset and system through many kind of medias or whatever it may be. Then Kerala can begin with formally adopting an inclusive tourism policy under the responsible tourism mission, clearly recognizing neurodivergent travelers and families as an important group. So it should be understand first. And a baseline accessibility audit that can be conducted already is all, discussed yesterday and today itself. Then Munnar, Kochi, Trivandrum, Wayanad, and Kozhikode, Kumaram, etc. to identify physical, sensory, and social barriers. Okay. Then large-scale capacity building is essential for tourism staff, KSRTC personnel, homestay owners, guards, police, and local volunteers should receive simple training on autism awareness or neurodiversity, sensory sensitivities, and communication approaches. Then all specialist schools and centers such as Hopshore, then this Chitra, which is all-inclusive foundation, and this Enable India people can be positioned as resource and training hubs, preparing families for travel and guiding to operators. Okay. Then the year 2 is an implementation period where infrastructure and community integration is happening. The second year should make inclusion tangible for public spaces. Hotels and homestays can be encouraged through incentives and certification to adopt inclusive features, incentives. Then local self-government and Kudumbashree network can be support community-based inclusion, and they can work as volunteers or travel buddies or assist families during visits. Then travel support measures such as caregiver passes, respite services, and destination and helping can reduce family stress. Then Kerala can also introduce an inclusive destination certificate, which we are suggesting, a certification program for inclusive destination. It is a gold or silver or bronze type of certificate, which should be highlighted on the website. All this should be visible to the public, especially foreigners or like that. And to motivate the business and LSGD institutions, outcome by, okay, this card or what the certification is also can be for the local self-government institution who is taking initiative for a better thing. And outcome by year end, the outcome will be inclusive design becomes visible and usable in many destinations. So local families like ours, we can begin travel with confidence. Okay. Then scale 3 is a mainstreaming, year 3, and scale independence and cultural shift. That is the phase where we are building. The third year should be from pilots to normalization. Inclusive standards can become mandatory for all new tourism infrastructure and government supported spec. Already we have discussed that. Awareness spread beyond staff to the general public through campaigns that promote acceptance of the behavior, like stimming, sensory breaks, and reinforcing the differences. That became a natural thing, and public will be aware in these 3 years. So tourism products themselves can diversify sensory-friendly heritage walks. Once these things comes, these people comes, the business grows, the industry itself will align with the certain kind of packages, sensory-friendly heritage walk, flexible itineraries, and small group travel, inclusive festivals, where this nature-based experience and that so and so on. So all this data can be taken from the users, and we can fine-tune it. So again, outcome by the end of 3 years, Kerala functions as an inclusive ecosystem where neurodivergent people travel with dignity, not expressionality. And year 1 is prepare the system, year 2 is adapt the phases, year 3 is normalize the participation. By progressing the way, Kerala doesn't remain limited to existing support structures. It transforms them into bridges, ensuring that stepping out of the world become ordinary, safe, and joyful for every neurodivergent talent. That is the result what we are seeing after a year of end of year 3. And this is from internet. There the Globe Trender, they had June 2025. How neuro-inclusive travel is reshaping the tourism industry. That is about the business. And again, this STF is a Pune-based company, is a market research company. And what they had predicted for 2033, global neurodivergent wellness tourism market opportunities, growth and trend. And then again, this is booking.com report. For 74% neurodivergent Indian travelers demand quiet spaces. And that is Economic Times study. So inclusive tourism is no longer an aspiration but a living reality where every space is designed so that persons with disabilities and neurodivergence minds are welcome, supported, and never left the margins. Okay, what we are saying, travel and well-being are closely connected. Well-being, of course, is not a privilege but a basic human right. So for neurodivergent, the traveling is fundamentally a human right. But that is what we are saying. So in maybe most of them, you are in Kampagoda, Bangalore airport, there is a sensory room. Many of you must have been seeing about this. This is a sensory room in Bangalore airport. Even I myself has used that for my son. And this is the sunflower-friendly airport. Somebody was saying, Chitra was saying it is also in Bangalore airport. They will give a sunflower sign, a badge or this one. And it is to identify for person who need special assistance. So in airports, most of the airports are adopted it. In Kochi, it is not there. And this is a neurodivergent certified destinations and venue. Then certifying, already we had talked that certifying hotel, restaurant and attraction as neurodivergent friendly certification. This include staff training in sensory awareness and live life limitless passports or something like that. Okay, and guide to visitors. And this is become a certified autism destination. It's a trademarked in, this is normally in Western countries. International Board of this credential continuing education standard, they had a program for certified autism destination. So in Kochi also, Kerala we are first in India that we had a neurodivergent friendly co-working hub is already started in this South Metro Railway Station by Infopark. So we had already, we had built, even though it is not in this tourism industry, we had already built a co-working space in Kochi. Nowhere else in India it is, this kind of co-working space is available. So we are not new to this. So this is some global directions moving beyond one size fit for all tourism. Now you are buying a package and you fit your child, your father, your mother, everybody into it and go for a vacation. And that is some kind of stress. Then sensory friendly environments involve adapting environment to minimize overwhelming stimuli, creating individual. This PTSD, post-traumatic okay. Then we also suggest for ESG, environment, social and governance policies in tourism sector also. So many neurodivergent people travel only with family. So support of these families, some incentives for families also should be provided in the policy option. It can be included travel subsidy for family living with traveling with a neurodivergent person. Then if they are taking a caregiver, some kind of assistant. Then if they need a respite care, then some kind of assistance, or pre-visit planning and emergency helpline, sensory map of tourist spots already we had taken. So it is not a special tour package. This support for neurodivergent enabled and ordinary travel. Okay. Thank you very much for attending. And we had already started, the Spectra Wings is already started this kind of movement. Hope Government of Kerala will support with a policy. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, speakers, for sharing those valuable perspectives. And we'll be moving on to our next session, which is accessible hospitality, rethinking hotels, resorts, and public venues. So now moving on to the next session, accessible hospitality, Rethinking Hotels, Resorts and Public Venues. This session examines how hotels, resorts and public venues can move towards being accessibility ready. It covers key considerations such as facility upgrades, inclusive service design, staff training, accessibility audits, and alignment with global hospitality benchmarks to support more inclusive guest experiences. Joining us for this discussion are Ms. Ganga Dilip, CEO, Clean Tamil Nadu Company; Ms. Ganga Dilip, CEO, Clean Tamil Nadu Company, Thoothukudi Mission, Government of Tamil Nadu. Mr. Jose Dominic, co-founder, CGH Earth. Mr. Dilip Kumar P, co-founder and CEO, Imperience Hotels and Resorts. And the session will be moderated by Ms. Saraswati Nagarajan, former Senior Deputy Editor, The Hindu. Speakers, Ms. Ganga Dilip, CEO, Clean Tamil Nadu Company, Thumai Mission, Government of Tamil Nadu, Jose Dominic, and Mr. Dilip Kumar, PI, along with Ms. Saraswati Nagarajan. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and welcome you all again. This is a very interesting topic where we've got people who are working on the ground with tourists, and let's hear it from them, what they have to say about accessible tourism. Let me begin with Ganga, CEO, Clean Tamil Nadu, Two-Way Money Mission. Is that correct, Ganga?
Yes, it's Tuimai Mission. It's equivalent to Sujita Mission here.
So can you tell us what aspect of your work impacts tourism and what you really do? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Okay, so it need not be with my current designation, I suppose, because for the past 10 years, I've been an architect, urban designer, working on responsible tourism also. And right now, from a government perspective, so access and accessibility are different. So when I look at from a systems way of thinking, access is mostly quantitative. So when you're saying accessible place, mostly it means the access with roads, steps, ramps. So that is how system has been conventionally dealing with it. Accessibility is the ability to access, which is cognitive. So say if you're looking at a private sector, hospitality, and public sector hospitality are different. Because where cognition is more, so because maybe here other speakers, if you're looking at their intervention, hospitality is more cognitive, it is experience. But maybe on the other end, from a systems point of view, a government's point of view, conventionally we are dealing with numbers. So that is where we find the difference. And when it comes to tourism, if you're working on the ground, we'll understand the tourist crowd happens to be the most irresponsible crowd. Because their relationship between that place and them is quite momentary or temporal. So when we are working on ground, say we are taking up a village or a city with more tourist footfall, tourism is kind of a headache that we have to deal with from the service of how a public domain or a tourist destination. So there, responsible tourism meaning if it is about connecting the community and the tourist, and if it is about the relationship between the community and tourism becoming a healthy model and showcasing, see, you guys are coming here and this is maybe the way we can behave together. That is now already happening in the hospitality sector. Hospitality is getting redefined with community relationship. So we are talking about it because it is already happening. So responsible tourism is about, converting the most irresponsible entity of tourism, and if it is through community, then that is where, you find the conversion between access and accessibility better.
We have with us Mr. Jose Dominic, who has really put all these things on the ground. He has shown that it is possible, and we are one of the most looked up to resorts all over Kerala and other states also now. Sir, what has your experience been on the ground? We have put some of these practices into play. Can you tell us from your experience about access and accessibility in the tourism area?
Let me begin by disagreeing with my co-panelists.
That's the first point of any kind of a discussion.
When she said that the tourist is by nature irresponsible, that's where I think that used to be the attitude of the past. Today you'll find more and more people have great amount of not just responsibility, but a great amount of concern of whether it's environment or community. So let me share my experience, in fact, this is an experience which we gained when we first went to Lakshadweep, way back in year 1988, when, well, to cut the story short, we have won the award to run the resort, India's first island resort there. And as it turned out, this was against competition from the biggest of the country and the big brands of the world. And the model that was being talked about then was, they talked about global models like Waikiki, Honolulu, to be matched them, and numbers like, that sounded incredible then, of 50 and 60 crores. So in stark contrast to that, the approach that we took was that it'll not be realistic to expect people to come far away, London and New York, to have more of what they have there, but they would come here to these remote islands to have what they have on the islands. The best people to learn it from were the local islanders. My logic was, then we could get away with lakhs and not need crores. So what we built was using their ideas, their technology, their methods, and their scale to create something very, very local. That local eventually turned out to be the future of tourism itself. That people travel for being local or even ultra-local. See, in the hotel classification criteria, it was said at those times, it's all changed now, at those times it was said, food that you serve must be Indian, Chinese, continental. And the uniform required to be eligible for a star was black pant, white shirt, black bow, or black tie. Those were standards which were there. Now it's all changed. Instead of that, we gave them a lungi and in the Lakshadweep, nothing else. Of course, here they would wear a t-shirt. But that created the atmosphere, the ambience, to put a sense of place. Into this comes, and we found that why I said that I find people who travel are more and more conscious and more responsible. They carry a certain amount of, I would think that they have the ability to consume very high. At the same time, some sense of responsibility there. When you use the word responsible tourism, the best definition of that is a great place to live in for all is a great place to visit, or to work in, or to retire in, so all that comes from that great place for all. And when you say all, we are talking community. Now we replace community with the tourist itself. Accessible to tourism for the tourists, which will mean physical access for differently able people, for people who may not be able to see or hear, equally, and to be equally able to do what others would do. So you would find people who would come, go 100 feet below the water, scuba dive, even though they may have disabilities. So they should not be found lacking in any such thing. So that is the new approach we find that people have, that not disregarding all the disabilities I may have, I like to be equal to share the experience, to share the excitement, and whether it is scuba diving, to swimming, to walking, no less. To do anything other, to do a favor to him, and to say that, okay, you may sit aside while rest will watch, that was the worst thing for him to do. So that is the new attitude that we find that people are, whether you are old, 75, 85 years old, I find they're coming in our hills that we have, they come up by bicycle. Well, normal people are finding it difficult, but they'll take up the challenge. So the attitude towards them would be that we are coming to a land, we like to experience the land in its fullness. Don't treat me separately, don't treat me differently. I might have my difficulties, that I will deal with it. So I think a sea change is taking place in ways people are approaching, and the word that accessible, access to the tourist, access to the community, equal for all. And I think in that sense, Kerala has a big advantage in the sense that gender equality is highest here, high literacy, and in a way, less is more. And even going further, you would find that it's an attitude which says that the customer, I have to say it very softly, customer is not the king. There's somebody else who's the king. Environment is the king. Then comes later. Then community comes later. So the modern customer is one who will find luxury when the consumer does not overwhelm the planet and society. It's in that attitude that we have to approach the customer or consumer, or his disabilities are he's traveling despite the disabilities, but he wants to have equal access and equally treat him as you would treat another.
That's a lovely thought, sir, where you say the environment is the king, and also it means thinking globally and acting locally, I would say. Mr. Dilip, would you also agree with that? I mean, what kind of practical steps, like what he said about it, when you treat the customer as the environment as a king and the customer also as someone, the client also someone who treats the environment with respect, does it automatically translate into accessible spaces, or do you specifically have to design for that?
Thank you. Always a pleasure to listen to Joe sir. Sir has brought two tangents. One is the customer or the visitor, and the second one is the host community. And he has also mentioned about the planet. So here, past 2 days, we were discussing about the inclusive tourism, Kerala for all, irrespective of genders, social status, or your medical condition. It is a barrier-free tourism for all. And Joe sir also mentioned that if a place is wonderful to live, that place should be a wonderful place to visit. That is also a strong statement. So being practitioners in this industry, so a lot of norms have come, for example, the classification, hotel classification. So now it is mandatory for all star hotels to have a room for persons with disabilities. So the classification committee will go and do a deep dive on these facilities provided at this particular room. Because that is one of the major criteria they will focus to give a classification or not. So that situation has come now, maybe for the past 10, 15 years. So many such norms will come. But people who are working in this industry, and generally in Kerala, many of the sessions, many of the speakers have mentioned about the empathetic attitude of the host in Kerala. So that is one of the win of Kerala, the people, the host community, and their hospitality. That makes the God's own country the real God's own country. So especially people who are working in hotels, we do lot of anticipation. Whether there is a norm or a regulation or anything, but for when it comes to the service, we do lot of anticipatory service. I am talking about a real story which happened. I would like to give more real-time experiences here, because you must have heard a lot of theories, policies, and things during the past 2 days. So I am going to illustrate some real examples from our industry. My former hotel in Kovalam, the present Leela, that time it was ITDC. A special guest was coming. You must have heard about Mr. John Kenneth Galbraith, a famous economist, author of the famous book called Affluent Society. And he was that time the US ambassador to India. So that time there was no internet or Wikipedia to research about a guest. But that time the hotel management did an anticipatory service. This John Kenneth Galbraith was a 6 feet 9 inch tall person. What the hotel did is, we made a special bed for him in the Halcyon Castle. So Mr. Galbraith came, and by seeing this bed, he was super happy. Next day he said, I never used to get a good sleep in hotels. Most of the times my legs will be outside the bed. So this is, I am talking about many years back. There was no regulatory framework. This is the way our hotels do, whether there is a regulation or regulation. For example, the previous session you were talking about the gender inclusive tourism. Solo women travelers you were talking. I have worked with many national and international chains, and even Josar knows. There is a protocol in every hotel what we should do a solo women traveler comes. First, we allot her a room near to the elevator. If there is a long corridor, we never allot a room on the farthest corridor. Then there will be an instruction to telephones, all calls to her room should be screened, and with her permission only it should be connected. And as far as possible, all the services in the room will be done by a female associate. So there are certain protocol already in place in our hotels. At least you can expect this from 3 and above star hotels. Depending on the demand for that city, some hotels even keep a separate floor for women travelers for the safety. And in the housekeeping also, we will be keeping special amenities which are relevant for women rather than the normal amenities. So we do so many such practices to make it, so what we discussed, they should feel that they belongs to that place. there is a saying that home away from home, because home is the most comfortable place. Wherever we are going, if that place is, if you feel like home, then you are comfortable.
What sir was saying about, Mr. Dominic was saying about,
Yeah. Because
it's good for the locals, it's good for everyone.
Good for everyone. Because what makes a place wonderful or what makes a place horrible? So there is a huge gap. So a place, if you feel like it belongs to me, then that place will be wonderful. One more small example from a project which I am doing now. I will close my remarks. I am doing a luxury Ayurveda project in a place called Muttam, near Haripad. This is an old palace, 120-year-old palace, and a 400-year-old Naligatte we have taken. So there is a great difficulty to make that heritage building accessible for everyone. That we are doing. But this palace has got a great history that belongs to one family called Alumutil. So these Alumutil Chanars were the richest family in Travancore. They bought the first car, the Rolls Royce, along with Maharaja of Travancore. Of course, he had some restrictions in running that car and all. That's a different story. This Chanar was a devotee of Sri Narayana Guru, 120 years back. So after making this palatial building, Chanar wanted to show this palace to Guru. So Chanar invited Guru, and Guru visited that palace. It has got 3 floors. Guru came with his disciples. Chanar and his family members very proudly shown the ground floor. Then they climbed the steps and went to the 2nd floor. That was a big open hall. That hall was full of pigeons. So Guru is a very humorous person. Guru said to everyone, this Chanar think this palace called Meda belongs to him, but the pigeons think it belongs to them. What Guru said without saying is, if the owner think that place belongs to him, and the living creatures around that premises think that belongs to them, and the visitor also feel that place belongs to him, then that will become a wonderful place.
Yes, I think that's a wonderful sentiment. Ganga, would you like to add on to that about the kind of work? Because it's when we treat a place with responsibility, when we treat it with respect, that it becomes a place livable for all and accessible to all. Would you like to add on to that?
Yes, with an example. But before that, I would like to keep the disagreement still on. Why? Because if we are taking the word, one word came up, that is customer. So we are talking about consumer of tourism for an industry. But as long as tourism is looked at from a government perspective, we are looking at citizens who are traveling to whom resources have to be shared. So till now, we are still in a transition where the tourists who are consumers for an industry is actually not yet there for the state, wherever we go. Now I'm going to just take 3 examples in 3 different states. So one is Adirapalli, where I've worked with UN and Haritha Kerala Mission to demonstrate responsible tourism in that corridor. Another where I'm currently working with Tamil Nadu government in Rameshwaram. Both is like tourist intents. And third is Andaman. So here, both the 3 places when we were working. So when you're working from a state's perspective, what we are looking at is like a scattered behavior, like even if it is waste or even if it is anything. That pattern is very difficult to handle. Say we are calling a company and asking them to clean up, it is difficult. And Adirapalli, if you are taking, that's like a scenic water edge going throughout. So everybody wants to have the experience of having food near the river. And then this can't be tackled at any cost. So what we did is we created a space called Idam. where the community will run it up. And then, so it is with the panchayat. Because for 20 kilometers, no panchayat has the resource to have, to put people, to actually, solve the consequences of what we see as behavioral pattern. So basically what I'm trying to say is there is a difference in tourist as consumer and tourist as, experiencing that place which we want to see as wonderful. So that is where maybe probably I'm now taking it to a constructive turn. So if this experience can actually be bridged, so what a private industry is doing as an experience, and what government is trying hard to share the resource. That's why I took Rameshwaram as an example. You are having 25,000 footfall from all over India to a place, and where the government resource is actually at stake. Like even after deploying 145 people just to clean, it is not enough. So that is, you're looking at a whole island like totally filthy, which is true. I'm not going across the state and making a deviation. It is true wherever you see patterns of travel. So here there is resource allocation challenge. If that can be mitigated by bridging the private sector with the government. So where government can't meet, like government has not yet there to actually give experience as a facade, but private has done it. So if you're looking at Mallino, which is a village or a tribal community, which is a pattern across in that area, but only one village got branded globally. They are selling hygiene. So if that wonderful place can be jointly built, then you are looking at, challenges. We can make that place wonderful if that is done. So that is what my take is.
So what would you say? Like, you have made it possible. You have shown that sustainable, responsible tourism is possible in all your resorts, which are eco-friendly, and you have a large footfall of people waiting to come there. In one sentence, if you were to capture that, what would you say is the secret of having responsible, sustainable tourism that is accessible to all?
Before I answer your question, I just want to connect what Dilip was saying, and a long history of ITDC, Kerala's first beach resort, Kovalam, an incident which happened there. Narrated by Hugh and Colleen Ganser, they were writers, travel writers. And
Hugh and Colleen Ganser.
Hugh and Colleen Ganser. They lived there in Kerala. Now, of course, she's no more. He's living in Missouri. The incident was about a couple had come and stayed in the ITDC Ashok in those years. And it was a celebratory dinner for a very special event. Maybe it was their anniversary or something. So they all ordered a special dinner, lobster and wine. So with all good intention, the person who was serving them would elaborately serve them. And then to make conversation, he said, "Sir, for the price that you're paying for today's dinner, my family of 6 can live a month." He choked. I'm only saying the sensitivity requirement. So accessible tourism. So even a person, when he was confronted with this fact, that for the single celebratory meal that he was having, for another family, it was a whole month's existence. So, what lessons you can draw from that, we'll take it aside separately. But I'm only trying to say that tourism is dealing with people, the sensitivity of the consumer or the customer, the sensitivity of the provider, which is the people who serve them, the other stakeholder, which is the community, and the largest stakeholder, which is the environment. All these have somehow to be balanced. No one is greater than the other. Except perhaps you could say, first comes the land, first comes the environment. Everything else comes below that. Then, after all, tourism is not for the customer, nor for the consumer. It should be for the benefit of the community to whom it must serve a purpose. Kerala's success, Kerala's achievement in tourism is because it has served the community, creating jobs, creating dignity, valuing knowledge, and a whole lot of others. So, in the sensitivity of accessible tourism, I'm only expanding on that word to say that, of course, it means that do not provide anything special, like Dilip had said, you make special arrangements. The best accessible tourism is that no one make any special arrangements, yet he should be able to work, to live there and happily enjoy the stay there and the holiday there. Now that becomes a challenge, which means that your design must cater to those without and with disability. Without any differentiation, they should be able to work. When you walk along, if you are impaired in sight, impaired in ability to walk, whatever it be, if you treat it separately and differently, then you're sending him into an asylum. So this is where I think we must lift the bar, and you would find that in so many societies, the public streets are so marked that somebody without sight impairment can walk. He doesn't need any assistance. He can get into a bus. I challenge you that to get onto a bus here, even a fully able person cannot do it here. But thereby, I think, when you take the rail, the from the platform into the train, it's that accessibility for all. Great place to live in for all gets a different meaning when you interpret it in that way.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there questions from the public, from the audience? You'll have to be very brief and crisp. Any questions? These are people who have really worked on the ground and interacted with tourists for so many years. So are there any questions for them? All right, I think you have been made it. Yes. Any questions? I think he's.
He needs the mic.
Is there a mic to give him?
Yes, excuse me. Yeah, I'm Salahuddin. Actually, I'm a native of Lakshadweep. And being discussed Bangaram Resort, my question is to Jose sir. And I appreciate and respect that the job you have done in Bangaram. But still my question is, we are now discussing about inclusivity, just a tribal participation and their, making them employees and using their technology to build resorts is enough for inclusivity, because after 25 years of Bangaram and resorts, now CGHS is where the CGHS is standing and where the people of Lakshadweep is standing. We can look, when we look at the contrast. So what about the ownership, whether the tribals or the local communities should have a kind of ownership in the big projects like what Casino did in Bangaram? Is that, can be a new norm for inclusivity so that tribal communities is also can be benefited from that? Thank you.
I'm not sure if I fully understand your question, but I get the sentiment of it. Whereas the ownership of Bangaram Island itself, the community that lived there, community that lived depended on the land and the culture of that island, where do they now stand? Well, we went there in 1988 and learning. All that we did was learning from the islander, the way he built his house, the way he attached his house, and incidentally, if I may say so, learning from the islander, the advertised features of that resort was the absence of telephone, television, newspaper, air conditioning, hot water, room service, multi-cuisine restaurants, swimming pool, all absent, we said. Then why are they coming here? To enjoy or to experience nature in its most pristine form, but with a condition, without spoiling it. So that without spoiling it, not only for themselves, not only for the islanders, but for the next generations. And this is the big challenge that we have. The islanders of Lakshadweep have been living there for millennia. Tourism has come there in the 21st century. Most places on the planet, in fact, when I went to Lakshadweep first, I think it was in 1988, with a group of industrial leaders, saw the magnificent island, the magnificent ocean. Then I felt sad. My God, such a beautiful place. Is it going to be spoiled by tourism? Well, the sensitivity of the place, when you leave it, you must leave it in the manner in which it's, if not better, but no worse. But the question that has been asked by the questioner is something different, about the ownership. The people of the islands, we learned from them, they learned on enterprise from the mainlanders. They gained the confidence that this can also be done by themselves. The bid criteria had said that there had two chapters. The bid was awarded on basis of two criteria. One, benefit to government. Two, benefit local islander. And people came, and on that criteria, it said minimum, they said 60% of the employees must be from the local islands. Was minimum, and of course, that would have been so, except for some special chef, we said 95% would be islanders. Why? Because they are the ones who know they know the secret of the land. For the mainlander, he's looking at the calendar. When is the next time I can go home and come back? For him, that it is his home. So owning the home, responsible for keeping the home intact, and more importantly, I think owning the home. So I think time has come then for which the islanders who have been strangers at enterprise or managing finances and marketing and all that, they all gain the experience, gain the confidence that they too can even be better than a CGH, better than the best brands. Because what they seek, the modern customer today seeks exactly what they don't want to come and see another, I don't want to mention brands, another what is commonly available everywhere else. What the islander can provide is so unique, that makes it worthwhile for traveling 24 hours to come and spend 3 days to experience that land. It's a very, very special asset that we have. To keep that asset, preserve it, is now the stakeholder responsibility of governments. And I'm sad to say that what's happening in the Lakshadweep today, the Kumbh Mela is a tented town, thousands upon thousands of tents. Now, in the Bangaram Island, it now looks like another Kumbh Mela.
That's a very somber thought to conclude on. I think what the main important to sum up has been about respecting our environment while making tourism accessible for all. Thank you so much, everyone. It has been a very enlightening interaction with all three of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for your valuable contributions. Now we shall move on to our next session. which is digital and tech innovation in inclusive and accessible tourism. All right, so we now move on to our next session, Digital and Tech Innovation in Inclusive and Accessible Tourism. So this session explores the role of digital and technological innovation in shaping inclusive and accessible tourism experiences. It focuses on accessible digital platforms across the traveler journey, digital accessibility tools, assistive technologies, and emerging solutions such as AI-enabled support and AR and VR applications. And joining us for these discussions are Mr. Anup Ampika, CEO, Kerala Startup Mission, Mr. Anup Ampika, Mr. Sai Darshan Bhagat, Scientist D, Center for Development of Advanced Computing, Mumbai, Now we have Mr. Robin Tommy, Executive Director, Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council, Government of Kerala, along with Soma Basu, who is the moderator, journalist. Looking forward to a meaningful session ahead.
Good afternoon. We are almost at the culmination of this wonderful Kerala for All Knowledge Conclave with a thinning audience. And we have attended almost 16 odd sessions in the last 2 days, and where it has been mostly underlined that inclusive tourism has to be a felt experience. Inclusive tourism is also about, it is not optional. It is inevitable. And inclusive tourism has to be understood with more empathy. So travel needs to be accessible, we all understand that. But it also needs to now kind of move beyond being simply accessible, because we are all here to make transformative experiences for all types of travelers. And no doubt everybody agrees that Kerala is kind of showing the way and also putting into place all the systems that are necessary to kind of include accessibility requirements. And I thought nobody better than Sai Darshan Bhagat to start this discussion on role of digital and tech innovation in inclusive tourism. Inclusive tourism. Sorry for that. Sai lost his vision when he was 18 years old. And he is working as a scientist at Center for Development of Advanced Computing in Mumbai. And for the last 10 years, he has been researching and testing websites for digital accessibility. So Sai, let's hear from you first. What have been your challenges as a visually impaired person, solo traveler?
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for this. Thanks to everyone. Yes, to start with, now it's almost a decade that I've been researching, working as a scientist, writing research papers. So for that work, I have to travel a lot. I have to travel domestically, I have to travel internationally. So just to tell you, my challenges when I travel domestically are different. And when I travel internationally, the challenges are different. So right from airports, awareness with the staff, those who are assisting me, is a main concern many times. I'm really happy that things are changing, but when I've started my travel, I had to tell people that I am a visually impaired passenger. I need an assistance. I don't need a wheelchair. Wheelchair is used by someone else. My friends, those who are having difficulties, they might use a wheelchair. But these guys literally used to force me to sit on a wheelchair, and then I have to follow them, which actually used to spoil my experience because I'm someone who would like to walk with someone, trying to understand what is an ambience, what are the things around. If I would like to grab a coffee, I can do that. But on a wheelchair, they are simply rushing me towards the counters, immigrations, and other stuff, and then I'm literally forcefully shifted to the aircraft, which has actually spoiled my experience. And then I've started requesting them. This was one of the concerns that we just started facing, and of course, because of the lack of awareness, sometimes people doesn't know how to help me. So I started requesting, because it's my responsibility also to sensitize them that what are my needs, that if I'm just walking with you, you just have to tell me that what are the arounds, what are the things around. If I'm passing by a coffee shop, if I'm passing by anything for that matter, I should know. These are the basic challenges I've started facing when I've started traveling on airports. Biggest challenge, of course, you all must be aware that nowadays we all are using those service terminals on the airports, right? So use those self-check-in kiosks, self-check baggage counters. You go there, you scan your boarding pass, you use the machine there, and then it will print your boarding pass, take your bag, and you're good to go. But I can't use that, unfortunately, because that service, that ICT product which they have installed there is not designed for accessibility, not at all. No screen reader output there, no magnification. In fact, my friends, those who are using a wheelchair, are having difficulties in reaching that particular area and using those machines. So, I mean, basic thing, I want to utilize that service. I can utilize that service. I can understand the language. I can understand the technology. But I'm not able to use that because it is not designed as per the accessibility guidelines. And then when you land in a different country, of course, the language is a barrier that I know, I mean, that we all face. But because of the technology, again, we try to solve that. In other countries, when I travel, the biggest concern, of course, because population is not, the number is very low. So when you walk on the road alone, using a white cane or any assistive technology you're having, whether you're a guide dog, whether you're a white cane, you have difficulties because you don't have people around you to ask, which is not the problem here in our country. You walk on the road, you get help, but unfortunately, people doesn't know how to help. Many times they will show me the directions with their hands, that go there, go here. How come a visually impaired person will get to know where you are directing your hands? It's a simple thing. I mean, it's not that intentionally they're doing it. They're not aware about it. So it's our responsibility many times to sensitize them. And now coming to the facilities in which we stay, for example, this hotel in which I'm staying, I mean, unfortunately, I have to say that most of the digital panels, the plugs through which you charge your phones and use your devices are having touch panels. Unfortunately, I'm not able to use any of them. I don't even know whether they are turned on or turned off. So simple thing, I mean, for someone that might be a wow, it is so high tech, but for me, that technology is a barrier because it is not designed properly. It's a simple thing. I mean, I was not even able to charge my phone on my own. I had to ask my colleague who's there with me to just put it inside so that I can get to know whether it is charging or not. So simple, I mean, these are the things which actually makes difficulties when I travel alone. Of course, I mean, things are changing, but this is how I've started. Because from last 10 years, even technology is evolving. I mean, I'm really happy. I'll definitely discuss that in a later part of the discussion, that how it is changing me. But I mean, right from awareness, sensitization, technology is not designed properly. Even the simple website, if I would like to book my air ticket, if my website is not allowing me to select a perfect date using that calendar control which is given. And for someone who's not at all using any assistive technology, for you it's nothing. You few mouse clicks, right? But for me, I have to use a keyboard to select the perfect date. Now imagine if that particular calendar control is not keyboard friendly, I'm stuck. I have to literally ask someone to select the desired date. And then only I can go, I can check those packages, and many a times those packages are given in an image format, no description given. So if there's no text, my screen reader, the software technology which I use to operate a computer or a smartphone would not be able to help me there. You are simply putting an image without any description. So like this, there are a lot of challenges I face whenever I deal with inaccessible websites, inaccessible softwares, applications. And nowadays, as we all know, that the tourism is tech-driven. I mean, everything is being shared with you either over a WhatsApp message, either through a mobile application, either on a website. If you don't design them accessible, I am stuck. I'm literally dependent on someone in spite of me having or working in the technology from last 20 years, having a same computer what you all have, having the same competencies, even a good broadband connection. Even in spite of all this, I won't be able to use them because it is not designed properly. I mean these are the challenges. So, I can go on and on.
Yeah, I understand. We'll give your answer a break, and we'll bring in Mr. Anup. You are kind of at the helm of a state startup mission, sir, so which is striving to make Kerala the best performer in best practices in tourism. Could you just breeze through what exactly and how you're doing things?
Well, I can't claim that we are doing a good job there. Basically, the way we look at it, of course, I mean, I'll tell a couple of words about Startup Mission. Startup Mission is the nodal agency for promoting tech entrepreneurship. And assistive technologies definitely form part of the portfolio that we want to develop. And I'm sure Robin is going to talk more about it. But for me, There has been a bit of a social change post-COVID. People were not big travelers in Kerala. You know, they would go for a vacation once in a while, and that's pretty much it. But I think all over the world, people realize that they need to travel more. We need to see places, and aspiration to travel has increased, right? And that aspiration applies to people with disabilities also. So, as the aspirations grow, I think there is a life cycle of a tourist that people need to address. Like Sai was saying here, it starts with decision making on where do I want to go, right? So how do I decide? Do I want to go to Switzerland? Do I want to go to Singapore? Do I want to go to Wayanad? How do I decide? How do I experience? And disabilities belong to, different categories of disabilities, right? You might be visually impaired, might not be able to speak, you might not be able to hear. So, irrespective of your disabilities, the tech solutions that need to come up should cater intuitively to the person who is using that solution, right? So, basically, I should not struggle to use an application designed for me to understand where do I want to travel, right? So do we have that kind of intuitiveness in the application? Say for example, and that is a combination of a lot, right? And with the AI and the AR VR coming, it can be a combination of voice, it can be a combination of thoughts through brain-computer interface, it can be a combination of experiences through the augmented reality or virtual reality. But currently, I believe that these are all divided into multiple pieces and delivered, right? One solution, and my objective, if I were to state, my pain point, if I were to state, is to give a person with disability, irrespective of any disability that he or she has, an opportunity to decide where do I want to travel based on my budget, right? That becomes my first entry barrier. And if you look at it, I personally believe that you have solutions, websites that are compliant, but then to use that, like what Sai was saying, instead of a few mouse clicks, I now need to go to this thing. But that is where this voice interfaces is going to do a magic. The brain-computer interface is going to do a magic. The augmented reality is going to do a magic. And that is only the entry barrier, right? Now, what do? We actually identify these kind of pain points. And if somebody comes to us with a solution that will support assistive technologies, then we support them with grants. We try to handhold them. We try to connect them with impact funds. We try to connect them with government to adopt these solutions. We try to get venture capital funds for them. We try to get CSR funds for them. So we try to give them capital. We try to give them infrastructure, like our Super Fab Lab, where you'll be able to come and design such a solution. We also give them business development opportunities through these multiple channels that we talked about. That is what we do as a mission. But then, I only talked about the entry, right? Somebody wanted to get into travel, and how do I get it? There is a whole bunch of solutions that we can think of right then and there. Now you start your travel, and that is when the next step of pain points are going to come. Like, how do I navigate the streets? How do I navigate the airports? How do I navigate the bus stations, right? Are we doing an extremely good job of making all our public utility spaces absolutely compliant to the standards? My answer is no. We still have a lot to do. And again, I personally believe that there are these bits and pieces that is being created rather than thinking of it as an integrated solution which can be accessible to all. So you now come to the traversal or the travel itself. And now you go to a hotel or an Airbnb or a local dormitory. Then how do you traverse? How do you find your, are there toilets that are friendly? Are there bathrooms that are friendly? Are there bed bunks that are friendly, right? So the design aspect comes there also. And then you go into the entertainment, which is, the kayaking or the hiking or many of these things that require physical or rather exertions, right? How do you make that easy and accessible to the people with disabilities. Again, another place where, you know, you have a lot of pain points. So when I look at it, what I see, I'll tell you. I don't think, rather than keeping the ramps at the conference halls or the new spaces that we build, the development of technology, adoption of technology, and the infusion of design into this entire process of development is very poor. And that is my honest opinion. So if people can come up with ideas which can kind of emulate this end-to-end solutions and build pieces which can then integrate into one entire workflow, we would be happy to support, is the only offer that I can give right now.
Right. We have discussed a lot of these aspects in the previous sessions also. Mr. Robin, how is the Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council, KDISC, actually revolutionizing inclusive tourism, and which allows independent travel experiences?
So I think I should start with what is KDISC, Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council. So most of us have heard about KDISC as, it's an innovation strategy that is built around Kerala. Specifically, one of the most famous programs is the YIP program, Young Innovators program. Now we have the Knowledge Mission, so we also work on the Vijnana Keralam, offering jobs. And one of the biggest initiatives where we are trying to ensure that we connect people with disability to the job market and handhold them towards that through the right skilling platforms, and also the entire stakeholders coming together. So that's the KDISC part of it, where innovation is being fed into the early stage of human's evolution, is what in Kerala that we do. Now, let me call out one of the programs, which is YIP, Young Innovators Program. So here, this is a very beautiful program which has been designed in the last 6 to 7 years, and which is running on such a scale that almost all the schools, colleges in Kerala participate in this program as an innovation initiative, where it's a challenge. They put up an idea, they work on this idea, and finally come up with challenges, and district level events happen, Kerala state level events happen in that. So there is a specific channel in this for the accessibility domain, where we see beautiful ideas coming from observation. Now, since I told about or called out the word observation, I think that is where today the biggest issue we all face, not only in Kerala, anywhere across, I would say, because we have been seeing the accessibility as just a checklist or a compliance or regulatory, rather than creating an experience around it. So that's where in tourism also we have. So when I was starting for the session, my wife was talking about a story that she met almost six years back in Plamud. It's in Trivandrum. So when she was walking through the side of the road, she met a blind person, where he went and hit on a pole there, okay, because he was trying to go to the Kerala Federation of Blind, okay. So while he was trying to cross the road, so in Kerala we all have that welfare mentality as well as support mentality. So we always help people to do whatever that's there. So whenever we see a white cane, but the time when he was trying to cross the road, there was no one to help him. There was no one actually present there, and the traffic was huge. So she said she helped him crossing the road. At the end of the road, he said, I know how to go or traverse through the plain, because he has already understood how to go through this. Now finally he said one thing to my wife, that is, ini namukku evidekkilum vechu kaanam. It means that we will again see somewhere else, okay. So that's the positive motivation she got, and she went back and she started telling me about the story. Then she went and she became a part of a startup which is into accessibility domain. And I would say there's a lot of observation people have to do to come across these kind of experiences, because bigger problem that we face when you look at the sites of the accessibility and tourism, as Anup was mentioning, the different steps of it. It is not that we don't have technology. It's not that we don't want to use technology for it. The biggest thing is that we don't know where to use what. And here, to give you some examples, today we are working on, for example, websites. We are talking about websites. There are people with MSD, okay, MNDs and all, that facing challenges in using websites, especially when the entire body is not helping them to even, I would say, touch a mouse or even the keyboards that's available, like Sai was rightly mentioning. So how will they use these kind of websites? So there is a problem that today we are trying to solve here is through eye gaze, because eyes are the final muscles that would get affected while the neuromuscular distortion happens or disorder happens. So through eyes, how can you control all these kind of websites? So eye gaze based technologies are going on. Now, we heard about brain computer interface for paraplegia, hyperplegia kind of activities. We are trying to do that kind of integrating those kind of technologies. So there is technology available. Okay, now the problem is that the place where it gets designed is the biggest problem. Okay, so today whoever tries to design something has not even gone through any of these kind of activities of accessibility or what is universal design principles. So there is this ramp. Ramp is almost mandatory for every government organization. Okay, so if you move around, most of the the ATMs in nearby, you will see that these ramps have been given there. They are, as I earlier was mentioning, it's the regulatory part. The problem of these ramps is they are not built according to the kind of scientific principles that has been laid out. There is a beautiful documentation by the government of India as well as that has been also incorporated by the government of Kerala, how to build a ramp. That is not being followed. Okay, and because of that, no one is able to access these ramps, first of all, today. Now, what should we do for that? And that is where KDISC is coming into play. Provide this awareness, knowledge sessions back to the institutions. So when you design something, what you should consider, how to innovate in that particular domain, and what does innovation for accessibility means or inclusion means. I won't say it's only accessibility, because accessibility, I would say, is one of the domains of inclusion. So how inclusion has to be built in from the environment perspective, also from the kind of experience perspective, and also how you design this not only for the center of a bell curve, but that both extremities of the bell curve, so that automatically it comes towards the center and it is useful for anyone who sits inside this room. So I think that's where the latest innovations is happening, not only from KDISC perspective, but we are trying to push, because I also work with the Tata Consultancy Services. This is something we are trying to push and make sure that awareness and learning happens in an early stage, and that is passed on so that everyone is got together in that design phase.
Yeah, I had this question in mind because even in the morning, like Sai of course spoke about his challenges. In the morning we had a session with Tiffany Brar where she was also explaining all her counters, and she mentioned how a couple of beaches in Kerala, they are not accessible at all, and like why would she go? And she also had, she was also suggesting some minor changes in hotel room where we are all staying, how it would make the stay easy. So the fact that you pointed out, like, who are the decision makers, who are the designers, who are the policy makers? See, if I'm doing something for the visually challenged community, the person who's creating those policies and designs is not a visually challenged person. So I think the gap widens there, or maybe the sensitivity is a casualty.
Look, to answer your question, so let me take the case of neurodivergent individuals. Okay, so since I have been working very closely with them for decades, so any policy that's being designed for them, you don't see much of them getting involved in that policy. Okay, but there is a group of people making decisions and they going through that process. Let's think of, I'm not blaming the government policies, or I'm not giving because this is how system works. Okay, first of all, that's how system works. Now we have to change the system. And to change that, for example, let's think of a person who is not able to, most of the neurodivergent or IDD individuals have challenges in their independence. Let's take having food in the morning or for toiletry. So they need some kind of a dependence. Their father might be supporting. I recently, I was just talking to a parent of 75-year-old, and he was saying his son is just 40 years now. Now also he has to accompany him to the toilet. Now he was asking what is the possibility, because he wants to know, okay, or he wants to just feel that when is he going to be independent, because he might die soon. I don't want my son to be left around like this. Now, these are the kind of questions we government is facing, and we have started initiating this. Now we have a program which I am leading, which is called the STRIDE program, which is Social Technology and Research for Inclusive Design Excellence. Okay, so design is very important now coming into the play for government of Kerala. Now what we are doing is that we are going around Kerala, understanding what people need, what is that people trying to look at the other spectrum, and what are they want to achieve. So there are small things like they wanted to move around, okay, independently. They wanted to eat independently. They wanted to ensure that they live with that dignity. So here, we have now starting even manufacturing our own assistive devices, which is hyper-customized for IDD individuals, which is hyper-customized for even for elderly individuals. Because look, disability is not something that you have to put it across to some category of people, because there is something called situational disability which happens to any one of us. You will see that at some point of time. So that is where this bell curve comes into play. So some things you start designing, so that's where we started this. We started engaging with the educational institutions across Kerala. We brought them into the picture. We asked them, okay, now you go visit them. So there is a huge gap here, if you see. They don't know what is happening on the other side of the world. So we are trying to ensure that that gap is reduced. Technology, we are asking them to use your technology, finally a projects of engineering, finally a projects of your design, finally a projects of your polytechnic. Why don't you start taking this social problem, understand it, include it, and make sure that inclusion is built into it. We are slowly changing those into the curriculum phase, and that is being embedded. So assistive technology, manufacturing assistive technology for them, creating again livelihood for them. All this is going on, and this again getting adapted. Look, we have few libraries now being changed, completely assistive in the rural part of Kerala. So there you will see it's blind friendly, it's wheelchair friendly, and not only that, we are also trying to install hearing loops so that it is much more easier for people who are having hearing difficulties. So that is a kind of change that you are saying, but it's not huge or scale, and that's what we are working with the government to do.
Yeah. So I'll come back to challenges of SAI, which you were mentioning. You have been working on and with assistive technology, and you mentioned how 70% of these travel aggregators are not even accessible. And you talked about there are a lot of legal cases also against these websites. So just tell us about those very specific challenges or the problems that you...
I mean, whenever we access...
And how do you navigate also, sorry.
Okay, so the point here is, nowadays, I mean, as everyone has mentioned, that we are going, I mean, it is tech-driven. The tourism industry is very tech-driven. They have their information through their websites. Some people will ask you to install their mobile applications. And sometimes, I mean, I'll share the recent experience. I was talking to someone in the local Kerala tourism operator have shared a couple of files with me, that these are the packages I offer. Those files are in a PDF format, and all of them were inaccessible. They simply had images, no text, not at all. I was not able to read any of them. Of course, with this AI and CV, the computer vision and artificial intelligence nowadays, you do that. But I mean, whenever I received them, I mean, I have to take additional step to read those files. Those files are so important because that person is sharing his package with me, including the itinerary, all the facilities, the exclusions, inclusions, cost, everything was mentioned, but those files were not accessible. Like, I mean, as I mentioned, whenever I go book my tickets, right from choosing my seat in a flight, most of the websites are not accessible. I mean, whenever I deal with them using my screen reader, I either have to take someone's help, either have to ask someone to click on that particular desired seat. That's why I have to do that. Whenever it comes to mobile applications, most of them, unfortunately, are not accessible. They don't design for accessibility. And the problem, as mentioned by both of them, that accessibility, end of the day, has become a checklist for them. That you checklist, this done, this is done, this is done, but you don't involve people with disabilities. I mean, you ask this question, but we use this terminology very well, that nothing for us without us. It is very important. Whether you design a policy, you design a software, anything for that matter, you must involve people with disabilities so that they will give you the inputs, the exact understanding. So the whatever would be the output, whether it is a software, whether it is a website, it's a document, it will cater to most of them. That is very important. So right from applications, softwares, even the ICT, what I've mentioned, that even in hotels, in airports, your banking sector, whenever you go for the payment, most of them are not accessible because they are not designed properly. We have standards and guidelines, but no one wants to follow because, of course, there's a lack of awareness, lack of sensitivity, and most of the time they wrap up the projects in a less time. They don't give consideration to accessibility. That's why I always tell people that accessibility should not be afterthought. It has to be there right from the design, right from the day one. Then only you consider people. Otherwise, what will happen? You end up getting products which are not accessible, and I have to be dependent on the people around me.
So even the new emerging tools, what about AI, chatbots, all these AR, VR, they're all giving the same problems.
I mean, I'm very optimistic and very positive about them because from last 2 years, my life has little changed. I mean, I'm not saying that accessibility is not, I mean, we have solved everything. But I'm really happy that emergence of these technologies like artificial intelligence, computer vision is really changing the landscape. I mean, for everyone's understanding, now I'm wearing a glass. It is a smart glass. So it helps me in clicking the photos and understanding my surroundings. I'll tell you today's experience. I mean, when I've checked into the hotel, I was taking a bath. Inside the bathroom, they've kept conditioner, shampoo, everything, right? And you have labels on them. I was not able to read any of this. Thankfully, I had my phone. I've turned on the Gemini. I've triggered the Gemini live session, pointed my phone there, and then it described me everything, right? From where the conditioner is kept, where the lotion is kept. So that's how the independence is coming through these emerging technologies. My smart glass is helping me reading out the menu cards in the restaurants. Sometimes in the aircraft, you have those screens in front of you. So I take help from these glasses to access those screens. Unfortunately, those screens, those infotainment screens are not designed properly again. So AI CV is definitely changing the life for me because, I mean, earlier I literally used to ask, first of all, I have to carry everything from my home because I cannot read the labels in the hotels. Nowadays, I'm not dependent on these things like that. I use my smart glasses, my smartphones to understand, to read the labels, to even my medical prescription. I mean, literally, I had to sort my medicines from my, I mean, help from my brothers and from my parents so that I can keep them in such a way so that whenever I'll go on a travel, I have to take properly. Nowadays, I don't have to worry. I simply take out my phone, I understand which is my medicine, I can take that, I can consume that. So it is changing, of course, slowly, and I'm really positive about it because things are moving, things are emerging, and within the next couple of years, I really would like to see myself wearing a smart glass, walking with my smart cane, navigating independently, understanding the surroundings without anybody's help. And that's what I'm actually looking forward to.
Nice. So I just want to quickly ask, if technology is not assisting the way it is meant to, then of course dependency will not go. So both you, Mr. Robin and you, sir, like, are there any standard guidelines or, I mean, for making this digital interface accessible?
Yeah, I think you are the best person.
Okay.
I'll just take that.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. So whenever it comes to ICT products and services, we have, I'm really happy to share this, that I was a part of a committee who drafted the India's ICT accessibility standards. The name of the standard is IS 17802. It is a standard developed by Bureau of Indian Standard along with CDAC and Ministry of Electronics. So what this standard says that whenever you develop or design any ICT product, such as websites, mobile applications, documents, softwares, service terminals, which includes your talking ATM machines, your self-check-in kiosk, your ticket vending machines, everything for that matter. All the detailed requirements are mentioned into this standard. And this standard will help designers and developers to design a product maximum accessible. So it's my humble request, anyone here in the room, those who are developers, designers, policymakers, please requesting all of you to refer these standards whenever you design any of the ICT products and services in future so that you will have maximum accessibility. So we have exclusive standard for the country, of course, and I'm really happy to share this, that these standards are fully harmonizing with global standards. You all must have heard WCAG, Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. So these standards, IS 17802, completely harmonizes with all the global standards so that we don't have to worry. I mean, I remember that when we were drafting these standards, startup industry was little resistant that if I have to follow a standard for our country different, and a European market or the Western market will demand me something else, we have to shell out a lot of money and a lot of resources. So that's when we realized that we have to have an Indian standard which is aligning with the global standard, so that whatever products you develop here can simply ship to the Western market. You don't have to relearn or learn anything. So the same product can go here in India and of course in abroad. And I'm really happy that these Indian standards are tweaked for the Indian needs, because language is a different context here in our country. We have a lot of regional languages. So this standard is ensuring that you must provide ICT products and services in the regional language. I mean, let's take an example that southern part of Kerala, if a farmer wants to withdraw money or wants to book a ticket, and if you provide an interface only in English or Hindi, that will not help him. You must provide an interface in Malayalam so that he can understand that. That's what the standards are all about. And we always tell people, Soma ma'am, that accessibility is not only for people with disabilities, it is for everyone. So whenever you deal with an accessible content, it is going to benefit someone who's a senior citizen, people those who are in situational disability, I mean people those who are a temporary disability, and anyone for that matter. It helps a lot. So it is not for only for people with disabilities, it is for all.
Right. Mr. Robin, would you like to add to his input?
So I think, look, standards are existing, especially the ADA, which if you look at the American Disability Association standards are there. There are ISO standards. Then we already heard about the web accessibility guidelines 2.1, 2.2, the latest one being the 2.3. Look, from the web accessibility standards, we all follow it because from a software perspective, it is mandatory in most of the countries to follow the web accessibility standards. The problem is that, again, it's a checklist. Okay, we are not going deeper into it. So let me talk about the banking industry, how, because there is a regulation in banking industry, they have to include all these standards, and it's becoming mandatory in UK, in the US and all. Even India also, SBI is also trying to make sure that there is changes being made to their website to incorporate all the accessibility standards. So today they have started not only looking into, look, earlier if you look at all these standards, it is basically built for people with, there are categories of disabilities like blind or the hearing impaired and so on. Now slowly it is also moving towards people with autism, okay, ADHD. So how those kind of changes can be made, and those standards are also slowly being incorporated is what we see. And as we speak, there are a lot of people with ALS. So for them, it's not easy even because physical movements are completely getting limited for them, and the numbers are increasing that side. Earlier, I was talking about the MSD and the MND. So there is standards existing, but the problem is that where do you learn these standards? That is the biggest problem. Not even in schools, you don't hear about it. In colleges, it's in the design, because I was looking at the design syllabuses of our government colleges as well as even the autonomous colleges. It's for the sake of talking, only the thing that they teach is about the ramp. Because even the handrail, how it needs to be designed, it's beautifully written in our basic standards, ISO documentation, as Sai was mentioning. But the problem is it's not completely gone to the granular level to people who needs to understand it, implement it. So I think that is where we lack the actual, and that is where our tourism or any of this ecosystem is getting affected. But international companies are trying to incorporate. If you look at the Apple phone or the Google phone, they are innovating like anything to ensure that accessibility is built into it, because there's a huge customer base today. And I think most of the companies have started understanding that, even in tourism segment also. So there is a like a 15% of people out of, if you take 115 people who have some or the other kind of disability. And if you don't design for them, it is going to be difficult now. Right. And you are losing that kind of customer base, and that's what we are seeing.
Our time is already up. Mr. Anup, because you haven't really spoken much, I started with you. Maybe we can wind up with you. Like, technology also comes with a price tag and also a digital divide. So what do you think in the future? You know, like what prospects are good for future?
Yeah, I think Sai mentioned it very well. So he was talking about to browse through an itinerary, which is in a PDF format, which is images embedded into a document. It becomes very difficult for him. That problem is now solved, right? You can just upload it, and Gemini will read it out for you in whatever format you are. He was just talking about his smart Ray-Ban glass, Meta glass that he's wearing, which will help him traverse through, multiple places. But I think the point that I want to thrust upon is what Robin said. There is a cost to it, right? If you want to make any device, any system disabled friendly, there is a cost associated with it. There is a resistance among the businessmen to incur that cost. What is the, and even though Robin said that there is 15% of the population that is affected with some sort of disability, that is not seen as an incentive by many of the developers or the companies. So that problem exists. So we need to develop some sort of an empathy among developers, which can only happen from the school days. That is, embedding these standards and probably, some sort of an empathy towards the disabled in the minds of the kids, so that as they grow, as they learn, they grow up with a mindset that everything that we design has to be designed for 100% of the people that is out there. That is the first thing. So the governments need to start inserting these into the curriculum to begin with. The second thing is, there needs to be an incentive from the government to use the CSR funds of the large corporates go back into designing these systems to become disabled. So there needs to be some way by which an incentive will come to the company to make it 100% disabled friendly. And that money either has to be borne by the government or through a taxation or through the CSR funds. Until, we all believe, and that is the world that we want to be, where everyone believes that we need to build it not as a checklist, but as a design principle itself. And the third thing that I really want to do as an exercise in Startup Mission, so we talked about a use case, that is, somebody wants to travel and wants to have an experience. How do we make that experience seamless? Can someone design a technology that will make this destination selection experience seamless for everybody, no matter what the disability is? Can we make it seamless and make one device or one platform which will allow you to do that? That is something that we can venture upon.
Yeah, I think, we've really run out of time, and there was a lot of information to unpack. So, but basically we all have to start from that upping our awareness, and I think look at everybody equally. That is most important. And I really have to apologize because there's no time for Q&A now. The next session is already getting delayed. So maybe you could meet the speakers on the sidelines and ask your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all for the valuable contributions. We shall now move on to the next session, which is the International Spotlight session, How Leading Countries Built Accessible Tourism Circuits. Speakers and moderator, please be ready. So now we move on to the international spotlight session on how leading countries build accessible tourism circuits. This high-level session explores how global destinations have mapped accessible tourism circuits, developed tools, involved local communities, and measured outcomes. The discussion offers direct international learnings and practical insights that can inform Kerala's journey towards building accessible tourism destinations. Joining us for the session are two speakers and a moderator, of which one speaker will be joining virtually. Can we please have the first speaker, Mr. Chiranjit Ganguly, M&E Officer at UNESCO. The next speaker will be joining virtually, and the moderator for the session, Mr. Verghese K. George, Resident Editor, New Delhi, The Hindu. Thank you.
Thank you, Chiranjit. And hello, Priyanda, can you hear us?
Loud and clear. Good afternoon. This is from Sri Lanka, Priyanda, representing National Economic Committee. Loud and clear.
Right. So let us start with you, Priyanda. What can you tell us about the international best practices that are that you have experienced and that can be lessons for anybody who is attempting to make this question of accessibility a global universal practice?
Yes, at the outset, maybe in the introduction it was mentioned that for leading countries, I should admit that Sri Lanka is not a leading country where it is concerned, because already right now the reforms are taking place, reforms are happening. Although we enacted, we ratified UNCRPD way back in 2006, and even it even went up to the Supreme Court's judgments were given, Parliament enacts were drafted, but I should admit, as a Sri Lankan, the progress has been very slow. But as a person with a disability, because I'm a spinal injury person using a wheelchair for more than 30 years as a result of an accident, the 30 years of my experience, both good and bad, including big experience with the resilience and many challenges, we have come to a certain stage where when you compare between the year 2000 and 2025, we have made some progress, in particular in the coastal belt of Sri Lanka, where, as you know, where tourism is has a huge demand, where beaches are concerned, especially tourists coming from Europe, India, Japan and Korea. So we have seen people on their own in private capacity, fabricating, putting up grab bars, railings, putting up rail, ramps, information and so on. Because if we break this into three segments, when we talk of infrastructure, which is still at very primary level. We have
Thank you.
and so on. Third, and the last, is the information. I heard the gentleman who was describing that ICT, people didn't accessibility is also concern, but we have a few case studies, and we have done the same research, and then I myself is a qualified auditor on access, so we do access audits, but still for all, there are challenges.
All right. So, Chiranjit, yeah, we'll come back to you again, Priyanda. So, Chiranjit, what are your observations regarding the global best practices in sustainable tourism?
Yeah, so firstly, to start with, I would like to say that, what UNESCO does, basically, we work with across all the member states across the globe for World Heritage, as you know, World Heritage, Living Heritage, which we also call Intangible Cultural Heritage, Creative Sector. So we have different conventions around all this. So recently in the 43rd session of the General Conference in UNESCO, the General Conference has adopted disability inclusion as one of their key strategy at UNESCO. So what does that mean? So when we talk about what's happening globally, that's one of the key things that we can focus on, because when we are talking about making heritage sites, living heritage, all these accessible for everyone or for all, so which means across all the UNESCO programs now, which we implement across the world, this is one of the major key strategy, and it was a landmark for the session to achieve that, adopt that particular strategy. So that's one. Apart from that, there've been globally, I've seen Beijing office, then Jakarta office. We've been involved in small little initiatives of making, let's say, museums accessible, or let's say, some heritage sites accessible. But to be very honest, these are all small initiatives at this point of time. What we can see, as in the previous session, it was mentioned, bits and pieces everywhere, and that integrated effort possibly would come now. Having said so, I would like to also, tell you basically there are key learnings from all these initiatives what we see globally. And I would like to highlight few of them. One is, which I think, over the past 2 days we've been discussing, one is the involvement of the persons with disability or reduced mobility when we are drafting the policy. So what we see across the world, there's a practice of not only involving them in the consultation, but also making them, giving them, empowering them with the authority to also design those policies along with the government and all. So that already sends it, using smart glasses, which we just now discussed. Let's say, I'll give an instance, the Padro Museum. The Padro Museum in Spain, what they have done, they have created 3D, and
accessible.
Yeah, yes, I would like to talk about what we did last year in 2025. So in the month of August, we came up with a request, and it was already there that Durga Puja, as you know, is basically under the UNESCO has nominated it as representative list and recognized it. After the recognition, UNESCO recognition, there has been a lot of craze about Durga Puja across the globe, a lot of international travelers coming to India and stuff like that. One of the key elements when we inscribe any element of living heritage is inclusivity is already there in that it has to be inclusive. Somehow we felt that, we could do something related to making festival accessible for persons with disability or reduced mobility, I would say. In the month of August, we started this initiative of at least one pilot project of making one festival accessible. And we selected Durga Puja. That is also in Calcutta and Delhi. So when we started that particular project, we barely had around 45 days in hand. And it was told to us, why don't you design some SOPs and give it to the committees and let them do the way they want to do it. So initially we started with that, but after, let's say, a couple of weeks, I led that project. So I realized that, giving SOPs, guidelines, and all those things will not help until and unless you actually do something. Even if you do it at a very small level, at a very small scale to start with, so let us set some examples. So what we did is, we started with a lot of consultations with government, of West Bengal, with different committees, puja committees who organizes all these pujas, organizations with persons with disability. So we formed, after all this consultation, we onboarded IIT Kharagpur as one of our partners who designed this entire SOP. How to make a pandal accessible so that persons with disability or even reduced mobility, senior citizens, they can also, pregnant women, they can also access the pandals because it's very crowded. If you know about,
Right.
what's the craze of Durga Puja in Calcutta nowadays. So then, fortunately, we got really some good partners on board to implement. So we selected 30 odd Durga Pujas, and these are all very crowded Durga Pujas of Calcutta, by the way. So we selected 30 odd Durga Pujas in Kolkata and approximately 2 to 3 Durga Pujas in Delhi, to create that, to implement that entire SOP.
Right.
And I think, at the end of the day, that was one of the examples, I would say. Although it is a very small pilot, it was a very small pilot that, this year, making around 30 odd Durga Pujas accessible, not only with visual empire, so all these ramps were designed, and then brails and other stuff, those things were designed.
Right.
But at the same time, I would say it was very encouraging, not only for us, but also for all the stakeholders, including the government, including the puja committees. You will not believe, it takes a cost. And if you imagine, Durga Puja is planned at least 1 year in ahead. All the designing and stuff like that, everything is done. So when we are going at the last minute, asking the committees, oh boss, sorry, this cannot work. We have to build an entire ramp here, or you have to remove this. You have to change your designs. They accepted it.
Right.
They accepted it. And at the end of the day, we could see, and there is a cost, huge cost associated with it. And they they borne the cost, and we implemented successfully in the Durga Puja accessibility in Calcutta. And we could see, if you could, I have a short video of 1.5 minutes. I would like to show that, which will showcase the project of the Durga Puja.
Yeah. Before I think by the time they set the
Can
video
we-
up, I will we'll go to Priyanta for a minute.
Okay.
As they set up the video.
Okay.
So Priyanta, can you describe to us an occasion when you were surprised by the kind of accessibility and facility that you could find in any place where you've been? You are mute. You're on mute, I think, Priyanta.
Sorry, you mean outside of Sri Lanka?
Anywhere.
Yeah, because apart from Sri Lanka, wherever I have gone, namely Korea, China and so on, they at least have over 70% of a particular place which has accessibility, including washrooms on the sidewalk. Then accessible transportation, public transportation, taxis and so on. And each and every building they have accessibility available for physical disabilities, but I'm not sure whether they also have signboards for low vision, braille, and also signage for intellectual disabilities.
No, can you?
Because intellectual disabilities. Yes.
Yeah,
Please, yes.
Yeah. Would you be able to compare what you found in, say, Korea or China with places in India?
India, I have been to India way back in 2012 to Bangalore. So then I should say 2080. Or comparatively, so India got to catch up. There's far more implementations that should be done. I am talking of 13 years ago in Bangalore. I was at, you have heard Mobility India. So I underwent a training program there, Mobility India. So compared to the places where I have been to in Asia, including maybe Philippines, so India still needs lots of implementation where accessibility is concerned.
What is your take on that, Charanjit? How has India moved in the last decade or so in terms of making tourism more accessible and inclusive for everyone?
I think India is going in a pretty good direction right now, I would say, because there is discussion happening. Like, for example, you have taken this initiative to gather similarly, at least these discussions and consultation. Because if you see 5 years, around more than 5 years back, I mean, who were discussing at least, we were not exactly going for a conference or a knowledge conference on, especially on accessibility, right? So that is one that, it is in the discussion. Stakeholders are coming, and they can slowly and steadily, people are understanding the potential. Both private players, as well as government, as well as other civil society organizations. So I think that is one. Secondly, I would say, people are empathetic towards it already. I mean, this is my experience of working in that particular project, because we could see, I mean, there's, people are already thinking about it. It's only that once the awareness is there, once the people understand, yes, this can be done in this, they can, for example, a heritage site can be made accessible, or let's say, a festival can be made accessible. So they would try to put in the effort. What it is lacking right now, I would say, is basically an integrated approach towards developing it. So all the, I think the collaboration is something which we need to see how all these stakeholders can come together, whether it is formulation of the policies, whether it is to implement something on the ground. So that collaboration is very, very important, because otherwise that integrated effort is important. Otherwise, the bits and pieces will not give impact over a long period of time.
Right, is that video ready to roll?
Yeah, if you could play the video, please.
Well, thank you. I think on that note, maybe should we take some questions now, if anyone has, from the audience? All right, okay. So as we prepare for some questions from the audience, please get ready. Yeah, the mic there.
Hi, my name is Nanda. I have a question. If we have to close at least 15-20% of gap which has happened in this tourism circuit compared to most advanced countries, can you name at least inevitable 1 or 2 milestones that we have to look forward urgently? And please mention the timeline also, so that we can understand where, as a mob, we can look forward. Thank you.
If I could understand the question, urgently that we need to take up some initiative, right?
Yeah, if you can name as a milestone. So
Milestones.
Yeah, primary milestones which can close the gaps or help.
Okay, the first thing I think, I would like to say, Hindu is the perfect partner for this kind of a conference, I would say, because media sets the narrative. And we need to remove the stereotypes with respect to disability that is there among, the media plays a very important role going ahead. So we would be, I would like to definitely explore opportunities that, how Hindu overall can set the tone, whether through print media or publication or let's say social media campaigns. That's one, and giving recognition to the champions. Writing articles about the champions at a periodic level. So it sets the tone, it creates a lot of awareness among public, and that acceptability comes over a period of time. That's one. Secondly is, we need to act. There are a lot of guidelines. Today we have AI and internet and everything, access to information. We can know a lot of good practices, what is being happening across the globe and all. But at least we need even pilot projects, which Suman sir was mentioning today in the morning. Pilot project needs to be done because, there will be a lot of mistakes when we start the initial pilot, and the learnings are important. So I think definitely we need to start something and do something. Can we identify, let's say, one circuit, with 2-3 destinations, whether it is cultural heritage or natural heritage, or let's say, some festivals, or, it depends. And we select the entire circuit and make it accessible, starting from the online search of booking one travel to going back to the place. So entirely, the entire chain needs to be, implemented. So that's one. And thirdly, recently there is a report, it showed that of every $1 invested into accessibility, you gain $13 over a period of time. So it talks about return on investment. It doesn't, there is money in this. So we need to definitely bring in investments into it. Probably a PPP model is very, very important, would be very, very important to discuss. The investment from the private players are very, very, very important, because if they don't see returns, because if they see business, they will come, and there is return into it. So these are 3-4 things, definitely we should, possibly can take up. And immediately I would suggest that UNESCO would be very happy to work and design something, a small project or something related to this accessibility in Kerala with Hindu as well as the Kerala tourism.
So Priyanda, can you hear us, Priyanda? Mr. Paris, can you hear us? I think we've lost connection with him. So, right, okay. So, what are the 2 or 3 things, I'm just framing the same question in a different format, that are achievable for India in, say, a timeline of, say, a decade, or a decade will be too long, I would say, in the next 2-3 years, on an urgent basis, any hotel or any place of tourist interest would be able to implement quick, fast, and will actually create a huge impact, which is currently missing.
Yes, currently missing, I can tell you one thing. We've been discussing for last 2 days, so about different kind of, different initiatives that can be taken up. But if you see, because it's always the government who will come now, or the tourism, let's say, for example, in Kerala, it will be Kerala tourism coming, right, and taking that initiative. First, they are building the policy, right? But when it comes to implementation, there are multiple departments, government bodies, and, if you talk about heritage sites, then ASI will come, probably, there are multiple departments and ministries come. So it's very important that one focal department or division under tourism, maybe division under the tourism, can be created in Kerala. I'm just taking example as of now for Kerala, with a focal point specifically on accessibility. Who coordinates with all the departments? This will be needed. This will definitely be needed, whether it is to devise the policies or even to implement something on the ground. So that's one. So that is very, very important, that we do have one special division with possibly 3-4 core team members. Involvement of actually persons with disability and reduced mobility in that core team is very, very important. So that is something which I think these are quick things which can be done. These are 2-3 things which can be done probably in next, 6 months' time. It's up to the government to take a decision. But these are basic things. Because once that is in place, then that division will drive the entire effort of making tourism accessible, making infrastructure accessible, bringing on, let's say, digital interventions. So that is, otherwise it will, we'll be keep on discussing it. So it might might not be implemented in that way.
Right. On that note, I think it is time for us to conclude. That is an agenda to leave this conclave with. I'm sure we have a lot to discuss and into further and future editions of similar conclaves that obviously we hope to organize into the future. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
And
thank you
Priyanka.
for Hindu Group for inviting UNESCO here, and also Kerala Tourism. I want to thank them. And possibly this is the, this you have initiated. I was asking him also that, is it for the first time that you are organizing this? If it is for the first time, I would suggest that, if possible, next year, this should continue, because this platform has started this discussion, which is very, very important on accessibility. This should continue. Maybe next year we take a stock. We take a stock of, because we have a lot of participants here, government here, we take a stock that, what has been done in last 1 year, and then devise the plan and going ahead. And thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, speakers and moderators, for those international valuable perspectives. So that was the last session for the day, and to formally conclude with the proceedings, may I invite Mr. Kiran Joshi, Assistant Vice President, the Hindu Group, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Hello. So, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I will just take only 2 minutes of your time. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, partners, delegates, friends, and my dear colleagues. On behalf of the Hindu, it is my honor to propose the vote of thanks for this conclave, for making this conclave really big and productive. First of all, I would like to share my deep sense of gratitude to Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala, Sri Pinarayi Vijayan, for inaugurating this conclave and for his inspiring address that reaffirmed Kerala's commitment to inclusive and accessible tourism. So secondly, I would like to thank Honorable Minister for Tourism and PWD, Sri P.A. Mohammad Riaz, for accepting our proposal to conduct this event, conduct this conclave. Why? Because he thought that this will make serious, impactful changes, interventions in the tourism sector, as conveyed by him. So thank you, Mr. Mohammad Riaz. So only because of your support, we could make this event really big. I would also like to thank Tourism Secretary K. Biju IAS and Director Shika Surendran IAS for their guidance and support. So our esteemed speakers, panelists and delegates, without you, this conclave would not have been possible. This would not have come in this flying colors. So your inputs have really helped us. Your recommendations, your suggestions, perspectives, everything has helped us to carve a blueprint, maybe recommendation for a blueprint for a policy framework for Government of Kerala, especially Kerala Tourism Department. And I would like to also thank Ms. Minu Jindal and Team Swayam for their wonderful job and huge support to this event, to curate this event and make it really big. Once again, thanking you for being a part of this important initiative. And I am sure, I am confident that this initiative will be definitely go a long way in making this event, making this, for helping Kerala tourism or the Kerala government in developing a blueprint and a policy framework. Thank you once again. I sign off. Thank you.